Well, hello everyone, and we are so pleased. I'm looking out over the control panel and I see so many people still wanting to come into the Six Screens Telenetwork tonight. Well, my name's Rick Farron, and I'm the host or the moderator for the Six Screens Telenetwork. I'm here at the control panel in Massachusetts. We have Eric coming on with his program. He's an ex-Jehovah's Witness from actually Rhode Island. He's living down in Tennessee. We're glad to have him with us on our network. And he's got a program called Awakening After the Watchtower. So let's bring Eric on right now and let's talk to Eric and see what's on the agenda tonight. Hello, Eric.
Hey, how you doing?
Well, doing good, Eric. So what's on the agenda tonight? What's going on?
Yeah, we're going to talk about in the Bible where it says bad association spoils useful habits, and it's not going to be a biblical topic. It's just more of how that has come true with Watchtower when we break it down. And I'm sure people probably have stories. I know I have a couple. Maybe seeing the best of someone at one point, but the longer you're in this organization, the more the elders come down on you, and the harder that shepherd the flock of God book gets. It's taking the morality out of the witnesses, and I think that's why a lot are leaving too, Rick. But we'll get into that tonight, and hopefully we're gonna have a good show.
Well, I'm looking forward to it because I'll tell you what, Eric, your program is really gaining a lot of momentum. And there's more and more witnesses getting out and they're connecting with your program. And I really think that's fantastic. You're doing a good job, and we appreciate the effort that you're putting forward. So you keep up the good work, Eric. Now, I'm here if you need me. So you go ahead, take the program away, but I'll be listening intently. Thank you, Eric.
All right. Well, how is everybody doing tonight? It's good to be back. Every other week it comes up quick, doesn't it? But here we are, and like I said, we're going to talk about how uh, the Bible warns of bad association spoils useful habits. I think it's First Corinthians 15:33. But just how I've seen a lot of that happen. But before we get into that topic, just a little side point. I was going to bring up something that Watchtower has, and hello everyone in the comment section. I was going to bring up a little point that jw.org brought out about misinformation. I think a lot of people have covered it. Well, maybe not a lot, but I know Vernon Shauna from Fixing My Faith. I think they covered it. But it says this in their on their jw.org. It says the truth about conspiracy theories. Why are they dangerous? Conspiracy theories can undermine trust in legitimate sources of information, and some can cause people to reject health or safety advice. Such theories can promote prejudice and violence against the group thought to be involved in the conspiracy. Why are they so popular? Conspiracy theories increase in popularity during periods of widespread anxiety, uncertainty, and hardship. Uh, such as wars and economic depressions, and in the aftermath of natural disasters like tsunamis, earthquakes, and pandemics. At such unsettling times, people accept conspiracy theories because these theories validate what they believe or help them understand why bad things are happening. Um, how can the Bible help you to protect yourself from conspiracy theories? The Bible offers practical advice that can help us control worry, doubts, oh, control worry during stressful times. It reveals what is really behind problems that exist, as well as how those problems will be solved. I'm only bringing this up is because lately they've been obsessed with conspiracy theories, and weren't always that way. I mean, let's face it, conspiracy theories have been around for a long time. Um, what's with the all of a sudden obsession over it? And they give the definition of a conspiracy theory too. But isn't it true that Watchtower conspires against us? I mean, right? They won't admit of what they're doing and what's going on, but they certainly are conspiring. They don't tell the truth of what's going on behind the closed doors. That's what our shows are for, to expose the truth. They are conspiring against the people, so of course they would hate conspiracy theories. I love how they bring up in times of the safety advice for health. or excuse me, health advice and how it can affect your safety. Well, it's already been proven that it was an experimental vaccine and it has hurt people. And maybe it hasn't hurt everybody, but it certainly they're certainly reenacting on it now a little bit. And it's just crazy that Watchtower is focusing so much to control the people that they don't want them to have an open mind, really. Yeah, some conspiracy theories can be crazy, like lizard people, but I feel like those are there um, to just discredit some conspiracies that are true. I mean, it would be crazy for humans to think that our government doesn't conspire and that everything is just peachy and keen. I mean, come on, of course they conspire against us. I won't get into what maybe I believe in with conspiracy theories, but why do conspiracy theories exist? Because conspiracies exist. Because it's in human nature to conspire. It's happened all the way in Bible times. The Romans, the Babylon. Or what about when Babylon got taken over? Was it the Medes and the Persians? Forgive me for not knowing my history off the top of my head very well, but I know the front door was open basically to Babylon, and they got right in. But anyways, they were conspired against. Kingdoms conspire against other kingdoms. What was the Cold War? But I just find it crazy just for Watchtower to just all of a sudden get involved with that when they never have before. But that is a side point. We'll get into tonight's topic. And does Watchtower end up making a worse of a person out of you? Like, does it cause you to spoil those useful habits that you once had or that you potentially can have? I think it does, and I have a few lists of I got a few lists of things that I came up with of how it can hurt a person. It can cause a judgmental attitude. Let's face that. Just the disfellowshipping alone. It at times it really brings selfishness out of people. There are giving people in the organization too. I'm not saying all of them are, but as a whole, that it can bring a lot. There can be a lot of selfish people in the organization. It breeds narcissism. Lying probably should be number one. Um, I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but I love how Kurt Metzner, that comic, said that he learned how to lie from being a Jehovah's Witness, but not just lie really good. And he said it's because once you accept the lie, that this fake narrative of the Bible that they give you, it's easy to lie about anything at that point. But let's see here. What else do I have written down? A judgmental attitude, selfishness. Okay, narcissism, lying. Here's something that I'm really finding. When I crash a cart or when I talk to people, witnesses on Quora, they are nasty. When their beliefs are challenged, I get called all kinds of names. I get slandered. I usually get what do they like to call us? Despicable apostle. No, what is it? Mentally diseased. I get that all the time on Quora. But it's I guess it got so bad to the point where there's this guy on there who followed me and I followed him, and he's pretty cool. I haven't found out if he's an ex-witness or not yet, but he's been defending me a lot, and he told me that all I do is challenge their belief systems, and they're bashing me, and they are calling me names, slandering me. And he said actually that I could press charges. I would never do that, but he was saying I could at least get Quora involved and like get them penalized or whatever. But I'm not looking into any of that. And you know what I told him in response was, it's worth it because I'll bear my cross. I like when they do that because they're exposing who they really are, and the world gets to see this, right? All the worldly people with what they call them, that in itself is insulting. But even the worldly people are noticing, and this is a bad witness for them. And I'm for it. And I told the guy that, and I said, everybody gets to see this, and he's not the first one that's come to my rescue before. And it, I'm just really learning who the witnesses are. I think that my parents, possibly, and I know for sure Desiree's mom, maybe not the father, but they definitely would have this type of attitude. They definitely they definitely have this type of attitude, and they've mocked us. They've persecuted us and slandered us just for the way that we started to think. And there's just a lot of bad qualities. And you know what? It wasn't always this way. There was a lot of people. It's just the more the organization went on, it seems the worse that it gets. It seems the worse that people get, because it's the more radical that it's becoming too. And then I know that they eased up on the beards and everything, but and certain dress and grooming, but it still hasn't really changed. And there's still going to be the dress and grooming elder police. But let's see if I've covered all those points here. Another big point of why the Jehovah's Witnesses are not as good as they can be, not the best person that they can be, is that it's almost like self-growth and self-reflection is looked down upon. It's not. I mean, they don't say that it is, but the witnesses all have a really hard time with it. They all have a hard time. I had a hard time with it when I was a witness. You don't self-reflect. You don't. The end of the system of things is coming, I guess. I don't know. You're stuck in the Watchtower bubble. Usually, you don't have time to self-reflect. Let's face it, especially when you had 3 meetings a week and then 1 day for service, for field service. Who can keep going? That was another point that I had. And then today's daily text. It was Hebrews 12:6. Right, I'm not going to read it, but I'm going to read um, paraphrase of the scripture that they left, and it says, "Those whom Jehovah loves, He disciplines." Oh my God! Like, we haven't heard that, guys. They love that scripture. Thank you, Steve Benoit. I love you too, brother. They love that scripture, man. They're always bringing that one out. Um, and I don't think it's just the governing body that likes to punish. I think the elders like to punish. I think the elders' wives like to punish. I think the parents like to punish. Hell, with Joe and Fran, the children like to punish the parents. You know, um, there's a sickness within Watchtower, and these good qualities that our children and our parents and our families had and our friends that were in this organization is dwindling away, unless they're becoming PMO or they're not listening. But the more indoctrinated and the more that they're watching evangelistic Jehovah Witness style religion, cult, whatever, the more that it's just brain rot. And the best of them is not coming out, and they're not following Christ's footsteps. Let's see. And the last point that I had goes what Rick was talking tonight. And I don't know who it was in the comment section, but we shared the similar thinking. And whoever it was, I think it was it was Rick's show. She said that it's not really spying, it's stalking. And I agree, because that's what I was going to talk about, is stalking. Um, let's see here. I was reading the comment section. I got sorry about that. Oh, stalking. I don't think I've been spied on that I know of, and I don't know of any spying, but I've been stalked by a Jehovah's Witness, and I called him out on it. I was, let's see, I crashed a cart, and I've told this story before, but just in case not everybody's heard it, I'll say it again just to tie in our points tonight. When I crashed a cart and I was talking to the sisters, it was around the Germany bombing, and I said, "Hey, it's been crazy out there lately. Y'all just be really safe and take care." Of course, they took that as a threat, not a threat. But that's what I was getting out of the short conversation that I had. So what ended up happening was I was, let's see, I was at a Kroger, at a supermarket, and I had walked in there and I had been in there for maybe 10 minutes. And I just had a basket, not a carriage. And I was moving kind of quick. And a guy came around the corner and he was in a trench coat and he had like a old time, like a taxi driver cap. What do you call those hats? I don't know. He was incognito. He looked really suspicious and weird. But I know the witnesses dress like that on rainy days, but it wasn't rainy. And but anyways, and it wasn't cold either. We live in Tennessee and it was like summertime. And the guy asked me, he didn't even introduce himself or anything, but I recognized him because I'd met him before. I think his name was Rick. And I told him my name was Rick. I didn't give him my full name, but I might as well have, right? But he says, Rick, were the other day when you were talking to those sisters, and I knew what he was getting at because he started to say, what were you getting at? And I just cut him off and I said, first of all, I don't know why you're talking to me about this. And second of all, are you stalking me? And when I asked him if he was stalking me, he got very uncomfortable. He picked up and just walked away and stormed off. And I said, "Sir, I'm not done talking to you. I actually want to know if you're stalking me." And he just kept running away. And I went around the corner and he beelined it and got right out of the store. But it was a sincere question because I had been in the store for 10 minutes and I'm like, you couldn't have just walked and ran into me at that point because like when he got me, I was at the entrance of the store. I mean, I'm sorry, I wasn't at the entrance of the store. I was like way down away from it and several aisles away. But just very suspicious and weird. And so anybody that has stories like that, it doesn't surprise me. These men take it upon themselves to be private investigators. I have heard of brothers getting private investigators or vice versa, sisters getting in private investigators on their husbands to see if they're cheating so they can get a divorce, stuff like that. But not the other way around. But again, it doesn't surprise me. But I've talked a little bit. Is anybody on the phone lines that wants to add anything before we keep going, or go ahead and hit *6?
I would have beat the hell out of you for crashing a car on some little sisters. You know, they're just they're standing there minding their own business. And if somebody wants to talk to them and you come up there intimidating them and harassing them.
Mm-hmm.
This
because you were there and you knew how it went down.
I would have cornered you.
Hey, Wyatt Earp, why don't you shut the fuck up? You know how sick I am of you? You're nothing but a douchebag. You bring the ugly out of me because you're just a fucking douchebag. You really are. Shut the fuck up. I'll cancel the show. I'll cancel the show right now because I can't stand you. You bring the bad out in me, man. I don't have patience for you because all you do is cause fights. You want this. You got it. You got what you wanted, and now I've made an ass of myself. But I don't care because I'm sick of your negativity. You have nothing to offer here. You know what? Good for Dick Borghi for going down the Christian route and being a good guy. I'm not doing that with you because you don't deserve it. Because all you do is insult and you add nothing to the show. Sorry, everybody.
Eric, you're a big man. That clown who just called in is a very small man. He's very, very tough when he's 1,000 miles away on a telephone call. We've dealt with these people, me and Rick have, for 20 years. But, something I just want to mention about your dialogue. In the JWs, these elders are punishing people. The Watchtower would have you believe that you take your sins to the elders and they will lovingly adjust your thinking. No, they won't. They're going to disqualify you because they believe that they have to keep the congregation clean, and it's incumbent upon them to do so. It's ridiculous because we all sin. Another thing is, the book that a lot of JW studied whether it be the Truth Book or the Paradise Earth book, they never mention disfellowshipping. They say if you have a problem and you've fallen into sin, you can speak to the elders, and they will lovingly adjust your way. They may pray for you. They may no, they're not. Their number one thing is to get you disfellowshipped. We had a really good friend of ours, Joe Dario, and he said, he had elders in his kingdom hall that anytime a judicial committee meeting came up, they would raise their hand as fast as they could. I want to be on that committee. I want to be on that committee. These are little men that have been given power by the Watchtower. And I'll tell you, you don't have to be well educated or anything else to be an elder.
The conference has been locked.
Passing the bar for a lawyer or whatever kind of test doctors have to take. There's no kind of test. The only test is, do 4 or 5 of the other elders like you? That's it. And if they like you, you're in. And then you can judge other people, and you can be high and mighty, and you can think, how wonderful I am. I can judge other people. And usually those people are the first to want to disfellowship people. I just thought I'd throw that in. And by the way, your show is outstanding. And don't let little idiots like that come on and get you all upset, because
it's a weakness of mine. I have a temper. That's why I brought you up, Rich, because I like the way you dealt with it better than I did. Because I'm bringing negativity to the program, and I don't mean that. But there's something about that guy that gets me. Some people know how to poke you, and they bring out the bear.
Oh yeah. Well, they're drinking too. Yeah, they're drinking too. Connie just said, yeah, he's probably drunk. That probably gives him the guts to come on and be a big man, and
The thing is, I'm sick of being slandered. I escaped Watchtower to not be slandered anymore, and nobody slanders me here except this guy. But I never hurt any of these sisters, and he doesn't even know that a lot of times I don't go when there's sisters alone, usually brothers and sisters, but he wouldn't know that, right? Because he wants to just assume and paint me as a villain. However, I have no problem talking to the sisters, but the conversation goes differently. The crashing carts doesn't really do anything. I don't do it that much anymore because they're just too blind. And I don't really bother with that anymore. But I've done it so much in the past that I can talk about it, or my experiences with it,
Well, Eric, you're confronting them with the truth. And those Jehovah's Witnesses can't handle it. The ones that can handle it, now they're thinking, maybe this guy, this Eric, who's charging the carts, maybe he's making some really good points. And I'm sure you did that.
Well,
and,
you know what, Rich? You know what's amazing? There's one good point I left with a sister. We were talking about beards, and this is before the announcement, way before. This is like a year before the announcement of allowed to have beards. And when I talked to these 2 sisters or 3 sisters about the beards, this one time, she finally, because they were saying, oh no, I know a guy in Maine, in Florida that has a beard. I'm like, yeah, but the majority rule, come on. And so they agreed with me. And then this one sister said, well, and she said the scripture where she gave some scripture that followed the Mosaic law. And I'm like, well, if you're going to go there with the Mosaic law, then it actually tells, that's what it was. I told her, I said, this is what I said. I said, in the Mosaic law, it says not to cut or trim your beard. I trapped her. That's what it was. And she said, well, we don't follow the Mosaic law anymore. And I said, if that's true, then you should abolish the 2 witness rule. And that means I can get tattoos. And she huffed and puffed and got upset. because I was right. But you never know. That could have sowed a seed, Rich, what you were talking about. And that could have, now that beards are okay.
I can see right through you, Eric.
Dude, get the fuck out of here. I don't want to debate with you. It doesn't matter that I talk to sisters. They can handle it. If they come to my door, right? And they do come to my door, well, I can't tell them what to say. Get the hell out of here. You're not my judge, man. I don't want to deal with you. You're not welcome on the show. Get out. I don't want to talk to you. I'm sorry, dude. You're just, no, go. Don't even bother. I don't want to hear you. Listen, okay, you're officially not Wyatt Earp anymore. Okay, everyone in the comment section, this guy's Karen. Because that's what you're being, a Karen.
It's Wyatt.
So from now on, Karen, that's your name. Okay? So go ahead, Karen. What would you like to say? How would you like to ruin the show a little more? Go ahead.
No, I don't know. I call him Zebulon, so I don't call him that.
No, his name's Karen.
Anyway,
It's my show. On my show, he's Karen. Sorry, everybody, for the show going the way it is.
so
Go ahead, Grace.
when Jehovah's Witnesses go and knock on doors, you can have many polite witnesses who knock on doors and there is no problem. But it just takes one rotten apple that come and intimidate somebody at the door or put the foot in the door or do something.
Yeah.
Then that's all we ever talk about in my city. That's the person who misbehaves at the doors.
Can I interrupt here, please?
Did you have witnesses put the foot in the door, Grace?
Well, it's the same thing with cart crashing. It just takes one person who is offended, and that's they ever talk about. I think it's a good thing if anybody needs to go cart crashing. It's something that women should do, not men. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, of course you would go that way because you're anti-men and pro-women.
Am I anti-men and pro-women? Hello?
Man, I got a tough crowd tonight. I tell you, I can't get no respect. Boy, oh boy, I'll tell you. I don't know. That's my best Rodney Dangerfield impersonation.
Excuse me. Did you actually say that I'm anti-men and pro-women? Did you actually say that?
I did actually say that because you always diss men. And it's like, what? What is your agenda with women all the time? This show is equal. There's both equal women's and men's rights, Grace. We're here to talk about Jehovah's Witnesses. What the heck? Come on, guys. Work with me here.
Eric. You are entitled to your opinion about me, Eric. If that's what you think, then that's what you think. And I respect your opinion. But I'm not too sure it's a good thing to say on the show as a leader on the show. But that's another totally other subject.
Sure. Because, like, you know what? I'm opening the lines up right now. This is Eric telling everybody I would like criticisms for how to do my show. So we got Grace's criticism, more women. Wyatt hates me, or sorry, Karen hates me. What else do we got going on here? Let's have a good show tonight, guys. You know what? Let's restart the show. All right, let's get Bruce Buffer here. Let's get ready to rumble in this quarter. Weighing 210 pounds at 6'1", bald with a beard, destroyed from the Watchtower in the ring, Eric Kubler. Sorry, everybody. I'm trying to make you laugh and deal with the insanity. I love you, everyone, in the comment section.
Hey, Eric?
Yeah.
Just let me suggest to your audience right now that let's have some decorum and have some Christianity. If someone's talking, Eric is the host. Ask to get on, and everybody else got up till Eric is finished with his guest. Eric will say hit *6 when he's finished with his guest, and then you come on, say what you got to say, and get off and give somebody else a turn. We don't want to be lectured or anything like that. And if you're some drunk and you want to call just to be annoying, you know, why don't you call one of those 1-800 call a bimbo numbers and talk to them at $1 a minute? You know, I think that would be better. You know, I mean, what's his name?
You could get away with the conversation then.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you know, if you're such a brave guy and such a tough guy, you're going to beat people up. Can't you use your own name? Can't you take a name from a Wild West hero back in the 1800s?
Ah, he's Karen. He's a Karen.
I didn't name myself.
No, you didn't. That's why I'm giving you a new one, because Ken hasn't been around.
You weren't invited on. Eric has a guest. Why don't you shut up and let Eric entertain his guest's thinking? Thank you.
Thank you, John Marciano. He says Rich Borghi is right. Oh, hey, Shaq Composer. Tim T. Let's see who else is here. Rebecca, Maverick, and John Marciano. Thanks, everybody, for coming in. Well, sorry for the drama, and sorry if I don't always keep my cool. Anyways, I was gonna talk more about it, but I think we can move on now. Sorry for being a little crazy and my bad impersonation of Bruce Buffer. Just trying to have fun here, and you know what? If I stay mad, then I'll just bring everybody down with my negativity. But I can always I can try to bounce it back and keep it going, guys. But anyways, what were we talking about? So we were talking about how bad associations spoil useful habits. There he goes. Ding, ding, ding. He's up for another round.
There's Eric. Eric,
Go.
this
Yep.
is Connie.
Hey, Connie.
Hi. Hi, honey. You know, we know how much work is involved in trying to prepare these shows, and we're not against people calling in and making, you know, productive, positive comments, because there's a lot of people. We're trying to help a lot of people to really wake up. Our issue is when you get people on there that are very negative, that want to try to sabotage your show, our show, Rick's show, Dan and Angela's show, and you know, you see which ones it is, and you have to set boundaries. Otherwise, you lose control of the show, and it's a total waste of time. So if you're going to invest the time, which you're doing, and Rich and I, and Dan and Angela and Rick, you have to set parameters for these people. I mean, I don't understand why people cannot be respectful of the host, or they're trying to be belligerent, or they're coming on drunk and they're just spewing. I mean, it triggered me last week. Believe me, it triggered me. And I
felt so bad for you guys, and I started to call through and get upset at him, and I don't go about it the right way, but I just at some point enough is enough, and I felt really bad when he was doing it to you guys. You're older than me, and you're sweet people, and you don't deserve that, you know.
Well, you know what, Annie? We talked again.
You deserve respect because you put it out there, and but respect is earned, and he doesn't have our respect.
Yeah, Dan Clark has absolutely no patience and says whatever he wants to say.
Dan Clark and I are very similar personality types, so
yeah.
we tend to blow off the handle sometimes. You know, it takes a little bit for me. You know.
You know, Eric, we just want the show to be productive, right? And
yeah, of course.
And people need to get you. So
well, the most important thing is like the topic that we're talking about, like because the topics with Watchtower, they're never always like bright and sunny, and there's usually pain involved, and to cheapen the show and attack people and to take away from the message and from the cause, you know, I feel like in the movie Star Wars and the Rebellion, they all call when they first started being rebels, they all called it the cause, and that's us. We're rebels. We're rebelling against a wicked organization that poses to be Jehovah God's one and true only religion, but are really with Satan. And we're just trying to help people not only wake up, which is harder to do on an apostate channel, but we're helping people heal, which happens a lot to this network.
Yeah, that's exactly right, honey. So, we're behind you. We're here.
Oh, thank you so much, guys.
Let's see, Rich, jump in, help him, because you're just doing the show yourself, and we know Rick is tired, but we're here to help you tonight, honey, so you're not alone.
I appreciate it. To be honest with you, people who lash out, I wish them the best to get help. I don't typically lash out at people for no reason. It's usually when I'm on the defensive, and I know I need to work on that, but I don't need to work on that as much as some other people need to work on their self-control to keep the peace. But anyways, we can get off that topic now. But well, I was hoping we were the Sith, not the rebels. That's funny. Bob Roberts wants total domination. Yeah. There's a lot of analogies that I get from Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. I guess because I'm a nerd, that I connect with Watchtower and with the governments. I think it's cool how some of these writers really came up with great analogies for the evil in the world, because really most movies are about good versus evil, or used to be. Now you got sympathy for the villains seems to be like an anti-hero thing, is the way the movie cinema is going, which it's crazy to Watchtower's falling, and a lot of other businesses are falling all around us too, and Hollywood's one of them. And who would have saw that coming? I guess we could have seen it coming eventually, but Hollywood's doing terrible, Disney in particular. And I'm not connecting it with end times or anything like that, but the witnesses have been crying it for so long that it's the boy who cried wolf at this point. But there are a lot of changes happening very fast, and things are getting darker. And I feel like the witnesses, from what we were talking about, from them constantly being around that bad influence, our family members and our friends are getting a little darker and darker. Some of them maybe not, because they have a good heart and they're still protecting themselves somehow from the indoctrination. But too many people are getting into doing exactly what the governing body tell them, and they basically, it's crazy how they've proven to us with the beard change and the slacks and all of that, how they're puppets, and all they have to do is move the string, and it'll do exactly what they tell them. But is somebody on the phone that wants to talk?
Yeah, Eric.
Hey.
Yeah, Eric.
Is this Tim?
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
hey, Tim. How you doing? Tim from Australia. Always good to hear you, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah. I got a comment on everything you said so far, I guess, including you were within your rights to react that way to that clown before.
Yeah, sorry about that. I am from Rhode Island. We don't put up with shit out there.
Nah, you can't put up. Your tolerance level.
I am from Rhode Island, dude. We're and I'm an ESTP. I'm a straight fast talk shooter. Like I know I talk too fast at times, but oh well. I'm not going to make apologies anymore. Go ahead, Tim.
No, it was called for, and even with cart witnessing itself, I don't think anyone really crashes them to be intimidating. No. They're doing it to either because they've been hurt, or they want to create a seed of doubt in the person's head that they might think about later on, and it might be a catalyst for them leaving that evil organization. But apart from apart from that, the topic that you were talking about the bad habits, I'd 100% agree with you. The bad habits you pick up from that religion, being judgmental, lying, their so-called spiritual warfare is basically a license to lie, and it teaches you to be devious. And that's why businessmen witnesses, they're always kind of corrupt at the same way. Like that, they've got like they justify their wrongdoing the same way that the governing body justifies their lies. You know, they twist it to make it sound good, but at the end of the day, it's just dishonest practices, dishonest people, and you know, that's what the whole thing with. There are good people in the organisation, like you're saying, but I'll make a blanket statement here. I would say that 30 years ago, you could probably say that half of them in each congregation were reasonable people, but I reckon that now if you walked into the average hall, you're lucky to count on one hand. The rest of them are just going to be too corrupted, because you've got that cognitive dissonance that people aren't that dumb that they haven't heard some of these things, but they double down and they kind of reject it, and that sears your conscience. You know, it's kind of like a person that's done something wrong, but they self-justify it in their mind. And what it does, it weakens your conscience and your moral compass. And so you become tainted as a person and then more judgmental. And that's why most of them are going to be like that today. I think most of the decent ones are filtered out, and what's left in there either deserves to be in there or they're just too naive to realise, and they'll end up coming out in time. That's just my opinion there. And then I'll have one more opinion on the thing you said at the start about the whole conspiracy theory. That conspiracy, that they're just using worldly labels. Conspiracy theory, as we know, it's a label to discredit someone. Obviously, there are stupid conspiracies, but usually if it's used by news media or governments or, you know, governing body, it's going to be used in so that you've got
even Alex Jones will throw out conspiracy theories and just say that they're using this to destroy us.
And so it's like a lot of these things are valid. A lot of these so-called conspiracies are actually valid in research, but if you label it conspiracy theory, well, then it suddenly invalidates it, and it goes with the whole witness spiel of keeping people from either involving in politics or looking at the news, and it's actually a very unhelpful advice. Why don't they tell them research everything and look into what's going on in the world? If you believe in the Bible, well, then you can tie that into end time events, maybe. You know, well, the Bible itself, keep on the watch, therefore, but the witness's message is not keep on the watch. It's like keep on the ignoring, you know, ignore what's going on around you, but just listen to us as your one source of so-called truth, and that's just a dangerous thing to be telling people. That's my opinion. Anyway, I thought they were really good topics, what you said, and I agree with everything you said there, Eric. So, yeah, thanks for letting me talk.
Yeah, thanks for talking, man. You made some good points too. I think that they're like you were saying, they're kind of in bed with the governments, and of course the government doesn't want people to get involved with conspiracy theories. And neither does Watchtower either. And deep down inside, even if they don't know what they're doing, they are conspiring against us. And they certainly don't want people to use that type of brain power to figure out that they are. I couldn't imagine, like where I grew up in Rhode Island, I was an auto body painter, but everybody else around me, seemed like they were a carpenter. I said Jesus and carpenter in the same sentence, but it seems like everybody was a carpenter there. And oh shoot, I'm losing my train of thought. What was I talking about? Oh, sorry, everybody. Sometimes it happens. You get a brain fart. I was talking about Tim's point, and I lost it. Oh well, sorry about that, Tim. But thanks for calling in, my man.
That's all good.
But yeah, I did bring up the conspiracy theory because it really bothers me. Because like like I was a conspiracy theorist before Watchtower had a problem with it, and like in the mid 2000s, and I constantly kept telling my family, like, do not get vaccines anymore, just don't. and I have really healthy family. Like, not my brother and I. My mother had a genetic defect where we got hemophilia, but everybody else in my family is pretty healthy. Um, and I kept warning her of the vaccines, and she thought I was crazy. And I'm like, no, there's like they're doing something to them, and they're not healthy for us. And I'm not telling everybody not to take a vaccine here. This was my advice personally to my mother, and I made a lot of points to her where she started to come around. But now that Watchtower is the way they are, all of the work that I've tried to do is undone now. And my mother used to always tell me, Eric, you're so smart, because Rhode Islanders don't pronounce their R's, they say ah. And I, in my mind, I'm like, I'm really not that smart. Like, you're just kind of dumb. And I don't mean to say that, talk shit about my mama, but I'm just being honest. Watchtower tends to make people stupid sometimes. If you completely buy into Watchtower propaganda only, and you ignore outside thinking, and you ignore, politics, because let's face it, you don't follow it. It is good to follow a little politics and see what's going on in the world. But they're clueless. And it's almost like celebrities. Jehovah's Witnesses give advice, right? Celebrities give advice. Both are so out of touch of reality. Neither of them should be giving any kind of life advice or political advice at all. I'll stop there. I was about to say something, it'll get too political, and I don't want to piss people off. But anyways, is anyone else on the phone that wants to say hi and talk, and just be civil?
Yeah, good evening, Eric.
Yeah.
Hello, Eric.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, this is Ken from Michigan. Thanks for taking
Ken.
my call, and a good evening to you.
Good evening. How you doing?
Stuff that's been happening, but I guess it happens from time to time.
It's all good.
I want to talk about tonight. There's a lot of, you hear this word conspiracy theories going around, and people want to ignore that kind of stuff. This stuff is turning into a conspiracy fact. If you go around and everything like that. First Amendment, now we're freedom of religion and religious issues we talk about, like the Watchtower Society here on the Six Screens Network. But you'd be surprised of the violations of the First Amendment and freedom of religion that actually go on in this country and the other religions. And not only that, guess where it starts? You think it starts amongst the non-believers of the government? No, it starts right in these cotton-picking churches right there. Mm-hmm. You go to the churches and everything like that. I've never heard them once talk about the Constitution or your constitutional rights. These churches are nothing but 501c3, and they preach from the gospel a partnership with this government. You need to be in subjection to this government. Why? Because they get a tax break. They don't have to pay taxes on their income.
So it's been a way for the government to control religion, correct?
Oh, yeah, the government has a lot of control and a lot of influence in the religion, even in this country. It's not about your religious beliefs or your higher power.
And the government worships the triangle on the dollar.
Same thing, And
go ahead.
And not only that, there's more and more violence in the churches, just like there is in the Watchtower. It really spoils my blood when they say they turn around the apostates and they say that they're mentally diseased. Well, okay, Watchtower, the reason these people are mentally diseased, Watchtower, is because your doctrine is total and absolute insanity. That's why that they're diseased and so forth. And besides, you know what? The law on mental illness says it has to be a thought or a mood disorder. It has to be diagnosed by a healthcare provider. Watchtower, what qualifies you to be a healthcare provider? So if you're listening, would you call in and tell us, please, and everything like that? It's really something.
It'd be a great show if someone did call in.
But you know what? I invite them to call in and respond, but they never answer the call. They never do, and they never will either. So, but they got the opportunity to do it. So
The Watchtower Society calling.
Oh, yes, ma'am. What do you have to say?
Go ahead. I can come back if I have to.
You just
It's
left
Debbie.
it open, Ken. You said you just didn't give them to call you. So I thought, well, heck, I'll just pretend. So
I got it. I knew your voice. That's why.
Guy has never been in prison. He's never been to jail. He doesn't know
good
what the
Lord.
fuck he's talking.
Stop that riot, Karen. Please, would you please stop doing this? Why are you acting like a spoiled little brat? I mean, how old are you? Seriously, please have some respect for everybody else. You're intruding on our time and Eric's time, and this is the time we fellowship with each other. Do you not have any friends? Is that why you call in neck like that? I'm being serious. Do you not have any friends? Are you there?
You're on the way.
Okay. Well, obviously.
Well, people in the comments section are saying he sounds like the loneliest man in the world, and if that's true, I'm sorry. Karen.
He must be so miserable, and he just wants everybody else to be miserable with him, and that's really sad. But if he would try to act better and be nicer and kinder and more respectful of other people, he might actually have some real friends. Because everybody in our ex-Jehovah's Witness community, we know what real friendship is. We know what unconditional love is. And we show it every opportunity we get. And it's just sad when somebody is that broken and that sad and depressed and miserable that they can't think beyond misery, pain, suffering, and sadness. And Wyatt, if you are listening, I'm sorry that you have such a terrible situation. And we would be way more apt to accept you. We don't not accept you, but you would be able to have true friends in our community if you would act like a respectful adult instead of a spoiled, rotten brat.
I would forgive you if you could change your ways.
Yeah, true. That's true, Eric. I love Eric, and I love.
You know what? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Debbie.
I've gotten through these types of shows. I'm sorry, what, Eric?
Oh, I was gonna quote a movie line where Alfred from Batman says to Bruce Wayne, he says, "Master Bruce, Michael Caine, sometimes people just want to watch the world burn," and it's true. Some people just want to watch the world burn, or just want to catch something on fire that's good going. Sometimes it's mental illness. Sometimes it's just hurt and pain within an individual. I'm sure why it is, or I don't know what to call you. I'm sure you're in pain, sir. But it still doesn't give you the right to take it out on the program and everyone else. And Debbie made a lot of good points. We can love you and be your friend if you could do the same for us. But anyways, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, men in general, they are more angry than women. Women are more peace than.
Yeah. Well, you don't know my mom. My mom's a feminist, and she's the angriest woman I have ever seen in my entire life. You're kidding me. You're kidding me with this, Grace. Come on. There's no scientific friggin' proof for that. Like, these days, women put their hands on men. My buddy went to court and got a divorce because his wife was beating him. He had the bruises on him. She had no bruises. She lost custody of the kids. I mean, to say that that doesn't happen is absolutely ridiculous, or that like it's so much more on the men's side. You always bring up men versus women. The show's not about this. What is with my callers tonight? You know, we're not focusing on that. This isn't what this is about. This is we're just here to expose Watchtower. I feel like we have people that were connected with Watchtower, and then they just want to come in and almost start their own show. You know, Grace, if you want your own show, ask Rick. Maybe he'll give you one. But like to try to take my show over, it's frustrating. You know, I don't know.
Hello, are you there? Try to take your show.
Huh? You have so many times. I shut up a lot and take it, but at this point, I'm just tired of it.
Hello, may I say something?
Yes, sir. Please do.
Yes, I heard you talking. Love your show. Love what you're doing, helping people heal.
Thank you, man.
To talk about. I'm kind of a new caller to your show. I've called into Rick's show a couple times.
Cool. What's your name, man?
I just wondered, have you, in your experience, come across the legitimacy of Watchtower being involved with organizations that are handling them in a way, or I don't know, but like, I guess my question is, it seems that they're very adept at brainwashing people, and that is a very psychologically, very, I don't know, that they've perfected that technique, and I just wonder whether they learned that or whether they, I don't know. It's just I wonder if
I think they learned it from like Zionism and from like Russell and Rutherford, from them learning it from like Illuminati. That's my personal take. Don't take it to the bank. That's just I think they learned it from someone, or our government, because our governments do it. I'm not really sure, but they definitely are masters of it, aren't they?
Yeah, that's extraordinary that they can get people to. I think the repetition of words that I hear a lot, especially the word Jehovah, the Bible, and they use words in a very advertising kind of way, it seems, where they've been, they get, I mean, even as a child, I was taught to mark down every time I heard the word Jehovah and Jesus and Bible and everything, that's common in the witness culture. And I think just the repetition of something, even though it isn't true, makes people feel like it's true, and then they make the Bible say whatever they want it to say, and kind of shut people's reasoning skills down with music and pictures and all sorts of things. It just seems designed. It doesn't seem, and it seems very conscious and very calculated. It doesn't seem like they're doing it without, like these men really believe any of the things they say. That's just my question to you or anybody.
No, you're spot on. I agree. I mean, they're totally doing it. We're Jehovah's Witnesses. We speak out in fearlessness. Ours is the God of true prophecy. All that crap. I'm sorry to sing, everybody, but like, I know I just killed everybody. But that's drilled in our head, and it's like their God is the God of, well, every prophecy that they've ever talked about has been debunked and been false prophecy, and so their God, from what they say, is a false God, but that's not the case. The case is that God's not with them. But yeah, I think they're totally they've learned how to do it, and the daily text I've learned is not about I know, Tim T, it was pretty cringe. I should have just said the lyrics. At least I didn't go on too long. But yeah, they're totally just beating it in our head. Listen, obey, and be blessed. All of it. And then on top of it, you have the Watchtower study, and so you read it. You read it at home, right? Then, because that's what they want you to do. And you study at home. Then you go to the Kingdom Hall. They reread it. Then they comment on it, and they re-comment on the answer. Or you answer on the comment. Sorry, your comment is on. You find the answer in the paragraph, so everything is scripted. It's beat into you 3 or 4 times basically at the end of it, and then they recap it at the end of the Watchtower. There's a recap, so they just drill everything into you. And now these days, it's basically it's basically just damage control, and that's what they're beating into them to keep people from leaving. Don't look at it, all of that, brother.
No, it's just the phrases like true Christians and murmuring, and they take scriptures, and I don't know, the culture they've created doesn't seem to be, and all the churches, like a lot of, like, you check out the other cults, like the Mormons and other cults, it just seems that the church is well aware that none of what they say is true, and they've resorted to a very advertising, very repetitive and very calculated form of psychological manipulation that I think they're well aware of what they're doing, and don't. It just blows my mind that they're able to maintain that front, that they're not doing that when they know very well that they are. I don't know. It just I don't understand how someone can be that manipulative and not know it, or be drinking their own Kool-Aid. The cult leaders that I'm interested in whether they've been trained to do this, or at least
yes, because they're in New York.
This guy doesn't know anything. He's a dumbass. He's full of bullshit. I can see
Wyatt. Hey, Wyatt. Since you love, since you're so Wyatt. Hey, Karen. Since you're so concerned about the ladies, let the lady speak. There's a lady trying to speak, and you shouted over her. You said you wanted to kick my ass because I was harassing ladies. You're cutting off Pixie. Let Pixie talk, please. Can you do that?
Be quiet, Robert. Hey, Robert, Wyatt.
Pixie, would you like to say something, or did he turn you off?
Be quiet, Robert.
I'm patient. But
you're more patient than me. I got to look up to you.
I was replying to what you were noting about repetitive phrases.
Mm-hmm.
And keep in mind that our yearly text, I say our, but we're talking with each other here.
Yeah.
The yearly text that we get each year, or used to, is taken from the previous year's Watchtower. So not only do they repeat it to us twice a week, and we come with the repeated answer, but the next year we're reading stale spiritual food from the previous Watchtowers every day.
Wow, I never thought of that.
And here's a fun one. Here's a way that we can enjoy, because it's like they're still renting space in our head and we don't want them to, but humor is, healthy for us. Go back and watch Mad Men about the Madison Avenue Advertising Company in the 50s. I think you might be familiar with it.
I'm not actually.
So it was on one of the subscription services. I don't know if it's on.
I know the show, but I never watched it, and I don't know anything about it.
Well, it's a marvelous soap.
I was without TV for several years, and I have it now. So, thank you. I might write that down. Actually, Mad Men or Matchmen? It's Mad Men, right?
Called Mad Men, like Madison Avenue Men. They're advertising men, and it's the beautiful 50s clothes and these crisp, handsome men in suits with the haircuts. When you watch it, I just kind of made this up myself after I knew the guy that wrote it. And when I started watching it after about the third episode, I thought, what if this was the guys in Brooklyn? So when you watch Mad Men, pretend you're watching them at Bethel, and it gets very funny.
That's cool.
They've got to publish, they've got to advertise, they've got an art department, they got beautiful chicks bringing 3 martini lunch. You'll love it.
That sounds cool. I love that time period.
So they have,
you had that talk. Yeah, Shane, the 1950 gangsters. You'll never catch me alive, Shane. You dirty rat.
and there's a book. The book on advertising is Brian Keyes. He wrote some books in about 30 years ago now, but he talked about subliminal ads in the advertising business when they used to have magazines. And, there's not many magazines left, but there used to be pictures in the ice cubes and things like that. That's standard in advertising. And Watchtower knew all that stuff. They learned it in advertising.
They knew it worked. Yep.
I loved it.
Advertise the kingdom, right?
Look for pictures. What?
Advertise the kingdom.
That's it. That's it,
Yep.
babe.
Was that Rutherford?
I was at a district convention. This was something. I was with my parents. It was one of the last times we went because, they were older. And we were looking forward to going there. And about halfway through, I dropped my pencil. And it got me out of the trance I was in. And I picked up my pencil and I looked around, and everybody, they were like little lizard brains. They were all hypnotized. And I nudged my dad, and he looked around too. And he says, "Oh, we don't have to come back here again." He saw it. He was seeing exactly what I was seeing. They were all at the same attention. They were all at the same frequency or something. So the answer to that is yes. And that's not counting the use of fear and the fact that most of us had nightmares, and they can't rent the space in our head anymore. We're free.
Even the My Book of Bible Story book, all those graphic images, and that's for kids, supposed to be.
Yes, and it should not have been. It should not have been.
Yeah, when I looked back at the pictures as adults, I'm like, oh my God, we were introduced to that.
Yeah. And the notion, every time I look at a Jesus picture that's a witness publication of the baby Jesus, he never looks comfortable or like children are a good thing or a way to pass down your family lineage or anything. There's a real anti-family message in some of this. And one of my classmates was a Catholic, and he mentioned that to me, and I thought, oh, I'm not going to buy that. And then I said, well, maybe, he studied psychology. Maybe he knows something. So I looked back, and I had an open mind, and I said, damn, if he wasn't right. So it was before that little enemies of God message. They really are splitting families, and I had to get very honest about that. I didn't want to believe that. Some of this we don't want to believe because we were all true believers. We would have died for this organization. The blood policy hurt so many people, but once upon a time, every one of us were true believers.
That's true. Mm-hmm. And you're talking about repetition, and then Eric said advertise. In the ministry school, that's what we were taught, to repeat something 3 times for emphasis.
Correct.
And a lot of times, that's what I do. If
and that's a sales tactic. You're right.
3 times. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And my daughter gets on to me about that. She's like, why do you have to say it 3 times? And I put 3 exclamation points after a lot of sentences, too. It's just ingrained in our head. They don't learn that stuff now.
We can unlearn it, but we did learn to sell ice to Eskimos. We did learn to dress for business. It's helped me in life to dress and learn to speak and know that these did help us in the business world, but at the same time, they were used in advertising techniques and they're used in other ways too. And we have to be aware of that so that we use any gifts we have for our own life. You know, everybody out there, do you for you.
You know, when I was in auto body as a painter, a salesman came by, a rep to help with the new product, to teach us how to use it properly, and he memorized my name really quick, and I'm like, I'm so bad with names. How'd you do that? And he said, because I said your name 3 times, and he's like, I made a point to every time that like you would answer a question or I would answer a question, be like, oh, it's because it's like this, Eric. And he just kept saying it, and then it burned into his brain subconsciously.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's a sales tactic. He admitted it was. He's like, they teach you that in sales school.
Yeah, Norman Vincent Peale, win friends and influence people. It's right in there. These techniques are great. All of us could sell cars and make a lot of money. If there's somebody out there that's a former witness and needs a job, any of these sales for pharmaceutical or big car dealerships, you'll excel. You'll do well.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I did well when I was able to work. I was an insurance agent. I didn't do it just to make money. I loved what I was doing because I was helping people get health insurance that had pre-existing health problems. And I knew what it was like because my insurance canceled one time in the middle of me being in the hospital and nearly dead. And they wheeled me out to the busiest street in Memphis, Union Avenue, and left me. I called my family to come pick me up because my insurance canceled and I lost my job for being sick. And it was a really screwy thing. That don't happen. I hope that don't still happen. But anyway, I got a good job, a couple of good job offers. And one of them was just managing a small insurance company. Well, it had about 800 agents out of it, but I just, ran everything. But the other one I got offered was selling health. Well, it was all kinds of insurance, but I specialized in health insurance for people who had pre-existing health problems. And I felt like that was a gift for me to be able to give people. And it just happened that it came with good money also. But the thing is, I didn't mind driving 2 or 3 hours, to help somebody with something like that. And I left feeling really good. And I often got a really big hug from my customers. And they could call me anytime, day or night, because I was a salesperson, but I wasn't a salesperson with, I don't know how to say it. I wasn't out there being greedy for money. I was doing it to help people. The money didn't hurt either. But then the elders got under me for being a young single sister with 2 kids who has a job and is making money. And they made me feel so guilty. I kind of just gave up about then, with everything. Anyway,
I guess my strong suit, I had the nightmares. I was a true believer. I'm going to say all these things. It's late. But I guess my strong suit is I never allowed anybody to make me feel other than my own feelings. And I don't understand why so many witnesses give their power away to the elders.
Well, some of us never had power to begin with.
Because we were brainwashed to do so. Trust in the brothers. Trust in the brothers. It's never trust in Jehovah or Jesus. It's trust in the brothers. It's pushed into you. It's
yeah.
When I got caught smoking pot at 16, all the brothers come down on you hard. Who else is doing it? It's like you're in an interrogation room. It's horrible. I'm only 16 years old,
Wrong.
And they act like it's the biggest deal in the world. I had an announcement made. I guess it was like a light marking kind of.
I I'm sorry that happened to you. I still don't know what my marking talk was about. I know they tried to push my dad out when the elders arrangement came in. You know, before that, it was kind of like each congregation was independent. And so maybe I had more of an independent mind because the elder arrangement hadn't come in yet. So some of
Yeah.
the older people were maybe, but
Mm.
but I saw so much damage, like they just kicked so many people out for no reason. And I guess I realized it wasn't a real court because my uncle told my dad that. He says, you know, it's a kangaroo court.
It's
And
true.
but so many of us have been damaged by it, and just be free and do you, and it's going to take a long time. It's taken me a long time. And
My
some of
father,
it very well
my
in
father was, oh, sorry.
years. Yeah.
My father was an elder for a couple years, and I've been in and out of being disfellowshipped and reinstated. I don't know, a lot, or at least in the room more times than I can. I think I counted 17 times. But my father told me
But you
at
don't
one
remember
point
before they
he wasn't an elder anymore, and he told me, Eric, anytime they disfellowship you, always appeal it. And I never did, but he told me always appeal it. And I thought about that afterwards. I'm like, why did he say that? It's because he knows. He must, deep down inside, he must know. My father said he couldn't be an elder anymore, and he won't say why, but I know why. Uh, when he disfellowshipped a woman in the congregation, he was the head of the chairman or whatever of the judicial committee, and he came home and hit the bottle hard and got drunk, and he started to have a habit a little bit, not an alcoholic really, but sometimes drinking his problems away, maybe a minor alcoholic, fully functioning. um but I don't think he's comfortable. I don't think he was comfortable one bit being an elder. And both of his kids were, I'm just going to swear, were so-called fuck ups in the organization. So I don't think he wanted that power or wanted anything to do with it. And I don't think he felt comfortable disfellowshipping that woman.
But you don't remember before they didn't have
And he did warn me. He's the one that told me that there's a book that only he can see, and that no one, it's somewhere in the house, and I'll never find it. And he said I'm the only one that's allowed to look at it. And I'm wondering why he's telling me this. And I wonder if I think my old man struggled being a Jehovah's Witness, but they took his masculinity away, they took his headship away, and they made him bow down to Watchtower. Because my dad was a pot smoking hippie and was lived a double life for 7 years. When he was 16, he came across my age. When I got in trouble with pot, he was working with a crab fisherman in Miami, Florida, and they found 90 pounds of marijuana floating in the bay. It was from Colombia. It was marked, and it was Colombian gold cannabis. And the guy that was in the boat was a Jehovah's Witness, and my dad's. They cut it open with a Bowie knife to see what it was. It was a pink package, and the captain said, "Throw it overboard," and they put it on a buoy and ran away from it and went back to work. And my dad stole his boat at like 2 a.m, went out there, grabbed the buoy, and he said he smoked it all in 6 or 7 years and lived a double life.
Wow.
Even with my mother, when he married my mother, he knew he couldn't tell her that he smoked marijuana. So what he did is he only smoked in the mornings, because my dad was up at 4 a.m, 5 a.m, somewhere around there. But nah, he's usually about 5 o'clock. 4:20 sometimes, he would say as a joke, I think. But he said, God, I couldn't wait for the morning sometimes. And then he'd smoke a joint and then go to work. He drove a cement truck, and that was his life. And you know what? My dad was a little bit more grounded back then. I think he needed it because he had violence in his household. His father was a converted Mormon to Jehovah's Witness elder, and he was extremely abusive to him. And my dad can't handle stress, so it's almost like, please, Dad, puff a little something once in a while. Whatever. I only say that because cannabis is medically legal in my dad's state and where I'm from. And he could definitely benefit from it. He could probably even lower his blood pressure with it. Some of his medications, their CBDs, are known to help with that. Inflammatories, a little bit too. But anyways, I digress. But my dad, I think the topic tonight was bad association, spoil useful habits. My dad's a really good man. He's just broken, and Watchtower broke him down to a little nub. And now this is all he knows, to be judgmental and you know, just to follow what the elders are telling him to do. Sorry, I went off on the tangent a little bit about my dad, but it just I didn't, and I if I interrupted you, Pixie, at all, sorry. But I bring it up just because there really is good potential in these witnesses, and I'm not completely bashing them. They let it go. They've lost sight of what's right and what's wrong. Um, they when you follow men and you don't follow Christ's teachings and his example, and you follow all these rules, you end up with, yeah. Go ahead, Pixie. What was that? Oh, well, anyways. Joe and Fran, thank you, Eric, for telling us about your dad. Yeah, no problem. Sorry, Dad. Sure, he doesn't want the world to know that, but I mean, it's over and done with. Um, he's a good man, though. Uh, he's not a good man right now. Watchtower's making him be crappy to me, but I know he has it in him. He wasn't a good father. He didn't teach me a damn thing. Not real. I really can't say I learned anything from my dad. He paid the bills, but he wasn't there. But I think Watchtower did that to him, because my dad, he's the type of man that like will just keep taking on and on and on duties. He's like the duty fulfiller. He's like always like, all right, I'll do it. And he's that guy at work. And it's not. I'm sure it wasn't easy for my father and my mother to raise two kids with hemophilia, blood disorders, and have to. There was a lot of. It wasn't an easy childhood or parent raising. Having to stick your kids with medicine constantly. On top of that, my parents didn't know what to do with me. My brother was born 5 years later, but the blood issue comes into effect here because it's 1981 I was born, so 1986, 1985, somewhere around there was when I was diagnosed with hemophilia. I need a blood fraction medication. It was still unknown if you could have blood fractions, and Watchtower didn't make it easy to give information about it back then. My parents were relentless and called the society constantly until they finally got a response, and they kept saying you have to write letters. So my mom wrote like a ton of letters, and they finally got back and said it's a conscience decision. So my life was spared, because I would have died probably around my 20s, or maybe late teens or early teens. You don't live long without the medication when you have it severe. But anyways, the only reason why I'm bringing that up, all of this up, and my family history, is just to show what Watchtower's done. It's, my parents are second guessing if they should give me medicine. My grandfather was upset when my mother was shooting me up. He finally let it go at some point because he was an elder and, hardcore. And it's just like, you want your kids to suffer? Do you guys see how Watchtower has brainwashed you to the point where you must think like us, even if it's not reasonable or come from a human what does he say? Or isn't reasonable from a human standpoint, or whatever he says. But they literally do that to the people, and they've been doing it for a long time. Because my parents should have just been like, "This is no issue. The kid gets the medicine." Frig. And they're not bad parents for that. They just Watchtower's done a number on everybody. I can't. I know kids that have died from not getting their medicine, and there was a kid that died. he was getting his medicine. And back in the 80s, you either got hepatitis C or AIDS, and I got the lesser of the two evils. And I got cleaned up of my hepatitis C because of modern technology. They could cure it. So I'm really grateful, you know, but and that has nothing to do with Watchtower, but just the tragedy of it. There was a kid in our congregation who didn't refuse blood, or the parents did, and the kid died. And you know what? That wasn't a happy ending, because those people left the organization, and it split the family apart. There was a divorce, and it just nothing about it was good. And you know, I was friends with the family, and when they left the organization, there went my buddy that I had. I'm bringing all of this personal stuff up just to show how good people are being influenced to do bad things, you know, and it's in the name of God, which is one of the worst things that can happen. Go ahead.
I was going to say, can you imagine not letting your child have blood because of your religion, your child dying, and then you end up leaving the religion anyway?
Right.
And you would live with a feeling of guilt the rest of your life that you let your child die over a religion that just made crap up as they went along.
Absolutely, Debbie. Isn't it just horrible?
I can't imagine, and I can't imagine right now the way the world is, having a family, having little kids to raise. It is terrifying. And you know, you started off talking about conspiracy theories or conspiracy theorists. Well, I'm kind of a conspiracy theorist, but it's only a theory until it happens and it's true. And actually, a lot of the theories, conspiracy theories that are going on, I mean, they're real. And, you know, basically everything is a conspiracy. Everybody's wanting this from that and this from who or who from this. It's all, somebody's got their hand in somebody else's pocket, you know, and this person says that's going to happen. Now, there was a lot of conspiracy theories about the eclipse and stuff, which I don't think anything really
I haven't followed that because I don't understand it and I don't really care, but I don't know. You can I could say I'm ignorant towards it, if you will. You know, I don't know anything about that.
Well, I didn't. I mean, they happen, you know, on a regular basis.
We've always had eclipses. Are they somehow trying to tie that to end times? Is that what it is, Debbie?
Yeah, because I just look at a lot of different things, and I saw this guy that did Bible signs and symbols, and he was looking the code searcher, and this was on YouTube. It wasn't a pretense. I mean, it wasn't a movie. This was just this dude. It was a code searcher. And I mean, if you're looking for certain things, you can find it to fit your narrative if you really want to. But I mean, and the guy actually did make sense in a lot of stuff because he referred back to the Bible, and it says something about that God made the sun and the moon and the stars, and all of that as signs and symbols. Anyway, the whole thing, he was somehow connecting it to some scripture somewhere about where, and I don't know where the scripture is, that it says stay dark for 3 days or something.
Yeah, you're right.
Over half the year is dark, you know. But then, you know, with what happened with C-19, all of the stuff we said about it is coming out now. I mean, left and right. And I don't think a lot of us were wrong about that at all. Even though we were called conspiracy theorists, we did use critical thinking, and then people come to find out that how they pushed the jab from the Watchtower, and then they find out Watchtower owns stock in Pfizer. I mean, really? I mean, they made bukus of money off of that. The Watchtower Society did. I mean, well, they're still raking in money. But there's so many things going on.
I hear Watchtower advertised all the time on my local radio station because they talk about it's a college station, and I like this college station. And they talk about go bags, and then they go, for more information, go to jw.org. That's a plug, right?
Really?
That's an advertisement plug, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't know about that. I mean, I've seen it.
Oh yeah, I hear this on it's FM radio. It's 88.7 in Tennessee. Yep, Nashville area. Well, it's actually the Hendersonville, Gallatin area. Nashville don't quite get it.
Oh, there's a lot of college and universities up there close to where you are, isn't there?
Yeah, what's the name of this one? I forget. Volunteer State Community College, and they got a radio station, and they play weird music, and I like it. It's like weird old music, mostly older stuff. Yeah, was someone trying to get through?
One of those things from Fran and Joe that says HJW or something, because I ride the bus all the time, and of course, I don't ever meet a stranger. I talk to everybody. And I would be more than happy to be advertising. Then I'm at XJW. Exclamation point. That was
you, honey.
Hello, Eric?
Yeah. Hey, JP.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Listening to the Royal Rumble?
Yeah, I'm sorry you're getting so much flack.
Nah, man, it's all right. I'm becoming kind of like Macho Man Randy Savage. Ooh, yeah. We're about to hear Rumble number 7. Did you get Jerry?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to have fun tonight. Go ahead, buddy.
No, have fun, but we should address Mr. Earp by his name. Like, don't call him Karen. Call him by his name, which is Robert. Because
what is it?
And back in the archives of Six Screens, and one time he called into the show, and he might have let his guard down, and he revealed his name. His name is Robert, and he's from Arizona. So just address him by his real name. His real name is Robert. So he's not just some voice that calls in that we need to name him Wyatt Earp, because, my ancestors are.
Well, Wyatt Earp is a badass, and he was a sheriff that took care of a lot of outlaws and gangsters. So
yeah, well,
he definitely doesn't follow that guy.
What I was gonna say, Eric, is one of my distant relatives in my family Bible is our heritage goes back to Doc Holliday, who is a contemporary.
Yeah, Doc Holliday is cool, man. I like his character.
Yeah, he was an acquaintance with Wyatt Earp, so that's kind of a disgrace, because Wyatt Earp was actually an upstanding man and actually a gentleman. So that's kind of a disgrace to give that fellow that name. His name is Robert from Arizona.
Good to know.
But I was just calling in. I went today. I called in a few weeks ago.
Fixing my face. Sorry, go ahead.
I was calling on Dick and Constance show. They were talking about, I forget the subject. I think it was about maybe loneliness or something in the Watchtower. but I was telling him about how I went to go visit a sister who's 98 that I used to know when I was growing up, and she's I went there a few weeks ago to visit her, and when we actually talked, and then I went today. The last time I went was actually the day before the JW Memorial to see her, and she was still she's 98 years old, and she was still conscious and awake and communicating a little bit and that. And I went today to visit her, and she's not doing so well. She was in she's not communicating very much, and she's just laying in her bed with her eyes closed. She moves her hands and her feet, but I went there to visit her today with my mother, and it was nice today when I went. There's actually a bunch of old sisters that I seen from when I was growing up as a witness, and I'm talking people that that are close to my mother's age, or that have children that are my age or older. So it was just them, a few sisters, and they're really happy to see me. We gave each other big hugs and that, and it really felt good to see them there, that they're supporting the sister. It's sad though that only these sisters have gone to see the sister that's in the hospital that's dying. Like, she literally spent her life serving Jehovah, and there's been no elder, no brother from her hall that's ever gone there to see her. So I'm glad I have went there before, went there today, and I'm going to continue to go in the next weeks. I don't know how long she's going to survive. She doesn't seem too good, but she did respond. She has a little monitor, because she's almost deaf. So she has a little monitor you can talk in that's plugged into her ear, and she moved a little bit when I told her I was there. And I sat for a while, and it's just very interesting to hear the conversation of these sisters, of just how they're still very plugged into the organization, their son-in-laws, and their son-in-laws are elders, and what's going on in the congregation. It's like nothing has ever changed from when I was 14 or 15 years old, the last time I seen some of these women. And it was nice. One of these sisters, her husband just died a couple of years ago, but he was her youngest son is probably my age, and her husband died, and he was an elder all growing up my whole life as a child, and through my adolescence until when I left the organization. But he was one of those elders who was actually a very good elder and a very nice man. So I actually got to tell her how much I really loved and appreciated that man, because he really was a good brother, and one that, if elder arrangement was actually an actual biblical reality, as it was the way the Watchtower, presents it, he would actually be one of those men that you would want to be on that. But that's not what Watchtower has. It's not a biblical thing.
Here's your reminder.
It's being that a whole corporal thing, and that for a corporation and stuff. It's a business thing. But he wasn't like that, and he was always a very nice elder. And I had the chance to tell her that how sorry I was that he passed away, and I really told her how good of a man he was and how much I appreciated him, and she really appreciated that and liked that, and it felt good even though I don't believe anymore, I've seen some of these people that I haven't seen in literally like over a decade or more, maybe decades.
Mm.
And I was happy to see him, and it was good to be there with this one sister that we all knew that had been there long before us, that's dying now. And so we visited a little bit. I'm really sad to know that there's no brothers or any brothers up to this day that have gone there to see this sister. But before I did leave, I did pray for this sister, you know, and I spoke in her little monitor and I prayed for her. But even before I prayed for her, I actually prayed to the Lord to help me give a good prayer for this sister and that's dying, and my mother and all the ones that are there too, to be a good example in that. And to be quite honest, Eric, I don't even know what I prayed, but I know like when I was praying, like I almost started crying, and then by the time I was done, everybody was teared up, and we all gave each other hugs and told each other how much we loved each other and that. And that's the most important thing, you know. But I pretty much, the most focused part of my prayer that I can remember, what I was just thanking the Lord and asking him to continue to have his Holy Spirit over this sister, and to continue to comfort her and be with her, you know.
Yeah.
Through this time that she's going through, and you know, that's really all I could pray for. And I'm gonna go see her next week, but I don't even know
That's
if she's
sweet.
gonna be here
If
next
she'll make it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I remember her like very well, Eric, because she's like 98 now, and I remember like when we moved to this congregation out here when I was like 5 years old. We moved from a different area. She was always out here, and she's always been here. And even when
Isn't it weird when you grow up with someone and they're like, since you've known them, they've always been old?
she's like one of
You know
those.
what I mean? It's like she's probably in her 50s when you were born, and it's like, or even later. It's like, so you always knew an old woman. Because I knew someone like that in the congregation that was sweet, you know.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And when we moved here, you know, she was old back then, and she was like a pioneer, and that's when they would get like 90 hours in back then.
Yeah, well, she worked hard.
I was baptized when I was like 13, and I remember the first year I got baptized when I was 13 and 14, like my summer breaks from school, I would auxiliary pioneer. And I remember, you know, she'd pick me up in the morning and we'd go sit in front of the donut shop, you know what I mean? And just stand with Watchtower and Awake magazines doing street work or that. And she was always nice all the way up to my adulthood. When she got older, I would maintain her yard and just care for things around her house and stuff until she got too sick, even up till recently. You know, and I don't know. That's all I wanted to say. I didn't mean to get off subject or something.
No, it's a good point, man. For sure. You're getting a lot of love in the comment section from people, from Debbie Moore and from Bob Roberts, saying how sweet you are. Oh, Bob Roberts, I guess, is trying to call in, but you can't because it's locked. Hey, Rick, if you happen to be listening, if you can unlock it to let people in, maybe that's not the greatest idea, but no, if you do happen to listen, if you can unlock it, I'll try to get that through to you, Bob. Sorry, buddy. Carol Paradise, Eric, can you yell to Rick to unlock the phone line? Hey, Rick, if you're there, can you please unlock the phone line, because it seems like there's a lot of people that want to call in. So if Rick Farron is there, sorry to bother you. If you could unlock the phone line, thank you very much. We love you, buddy. We understand you're tired. You do so much for this community. This guy goes more than I can anymore. I'm disabled and I'm hurt, and I can't do what I used to, especially with my disability. But this guy works really hard, man, and I'm not gonna bust his beans if he can't unlock it. But sorry, everybody, if you can't get through. I wish I could have a little power on my end, but to do that. But anyways, Jane, there's no reason to baptize children. Yeah. What was I thinking about? Children about the Watchtower for years. Was looking down upon the Catholic Church when they would go through the ceremony of baptizing the infant. But it's like you're doing the same. At least that infant, like, it doesn't have to make every Catholic meeting or church service. And in fact, if you just show up, you don't even have to show up, and you won't get shunned. You know, I don't know. We're getting off topic, but anyways,
Hey, Eric.
yeah. Go ahead, JP.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I know Bob and Debbie said that was nice that I went and saw her, but it's kind of it's nice, but it's kind of like it's an obligation that we have, as like Christians and stuff, and that's kind of how I feel, like, as a Christian, to look over the older ones. And even though I've left the XJW, I've left, not the XJW, but I've left the JWs, I still feel an obligation that I still need to visit and talk to the ones that I care for,
JP, you're right about that. It's just that it is extra sweet and extra kind and extra thoughtful that you do that, because that is so rare nowadays. And the fact that you still have those good morals and respect for your elders and love for other humans, for humanity, that just speaks very highly of what a wonderful person you are. We should be doing that for others, even though, and in the Bible, that's pretty much what what the commandment was. We need to be loving and love one another, and love our neighbor as ourselves. Of course, if we don't love ourselves, then we really can't love others. And I just think you're just I think you're a good man. You're just a genuinely good man, and you love God, and God loves you, and the rest of us do too.
Thank you, Debbie.
And you're getting a lot of love in the comment section from Carol Paradise and Bob Roberts. They all say you have a good heart and you're a good man. I think there might have been some others, but the screen's gone. But anyways, You are a good man. You are a good man. You know what, Jerry? It kind of reminds me of like there was this guy, an elder in my congregation, and he got Parkinson's, and he wasn't really a nice guy. He was on one of my committees, and I'm just going to be honest with you. I thought he was an asshole. Just very stern and just no feeling, and just I didn't like him. And his condition got worse and worse and worse, and he ended up in a nursing home. And you know what? Even though I didn't like him, I went, like, part of our ministry was to go visit people that were sick, and I would go and I would try to encourage them. And I was just he got removed from my committee because his condition was so bad, but he knew what was going on with me, and he knew I got disfellowshipped, and he knew I was reinstated. And he's like, are you doing better now? And I said, yeah, I am. And he's like, are you and your wife okay? I'm like, yep. And he's like, that's good. And he could barely put that sentence together. It took him a very long time and much concentration on my part to hear what he was saying. And a lot of a lot of patience to deal with a man that I didn't like. But I pitied him and I felt bad for his condition and what happened to him. And what happened to him was, as this man is going through all of this and basically not being able to communicate and do basic human activities, I don't know why. Maybe I didn't like him, and I guess his family didn't either, because his family all split. We lived in Rhode Island, and he had two sons and a daughter. And one son went to Mexico with his family to serve where their need was greater. The other son, with his family, went to the South Carolina, and they all left. And then the daughter went to Florida. And I'm just like, damn, like I'm here giving this guy love, and the family all split. They don't even talk to him, call him nothing. It just, what is with the Jehovah's Witnesses? Where's the love, guys? The Bible says that you will know that you are my people, or something like that, if you have love amongst yourselves. And there just isn't. I feel like that they fulfill Bible prophecy where it says that in the time of the end that there would be no natural affection, you know. And I'm not trying to get biblical, everybody. I'm just calling out the Jehovah's Witnesses' bad qualities that they can possess at times.
No, Eric, but like you're saying that, yeah, they do have bad qualities, but they
at times, not all the time.
Yeah, exactly. But going back to like the XJW community, it doesn't, like, I went and visited that sister, and that was something I wanted to do out of my heart, and I will visit anybody. It doesn't matter if they're JW or that or not or whatever. But one thing, like Debbie called in, she's a good testimony to really what the lovingness and giving that the XJW community is. Like on Joe and Fran's show, they were trying to get her a chair, and from what I understand, they already fulfilled and got enough funds to get her that chair. And I wanted to donate, and I haven't even had a chance to donate, and I found that out. So that makes me feel really good that she got what she needed. But I'm definitely gonna put that, what I was gonna donate, and give that to Debbie, in some other way. I have her address, so I'm gonna send her a card or something. But that goes to show you, though, that the XJW community is a very loving one and a very giving spirited one, and people can do whatever they want. It doesn't matter whether they can give or can just take your phone call or send you a card. The point being is that we're loving, and that's the most important thing. Like how I went to go visit that sister today. It doesn't matter that I'm not still a witness today, and it makes it really sad that no elders, no ministerial service, no brothers have went there to pray for the sister. Nothing. It's terrible, and it makes me absolutely sad.
You're a good man, Jerry.
I went there.
You care. You might care more than some of the other witnesses in the hall.
Yeah, I would just hope that somebody would go there, because this sister served us so much. Like she did so much for me as when I was young and all that, and even when I was older, I could never forget this sister. She's like family to me, so I couldn't just put her on the back burner and just say like, she just wasn't just some pioneer, some publisher in the hall. She was like my aunt, or like family to me.
Yeah.
And, I'm going to make sure that I'm there for her, the whole time that she leaves, even though I'm the only quote unquote brother that's coming from her, JW, I'm still going to be there for her. And even when I prayed for her today, I didn't pray, and I don't know that any of the sisters caught on to that, but they really appreciated my prayer. But I didn't, I just prayed to our Heavenly Father. I didn't pray to Jehovah, and I closed out the prayer in Jesus Christ's name.
Which
and
they accept anyway.
I said
So
a lot of good things, that I think would benefit not her, only her, but the other sisters listening. Because I really, like I told you, I prayed to the Lord and to God before I prayed for them to give me the words, because these are XJW women that are lost and still in a cult. None of these women know what's going on. They're all misled. So I pray to the Lord, give me the words to pray for this sister, that I will put something in these sisters' hearts, like to help wake them up in that. And I made it all about Christ and what he did for us. So
can I ask why they had you do the prayer?
they didn't even ask me. I volunteered before I left.
And everyone was cool with it, even though you're not like regular at the hall?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay.
I think, I don't know if these sisters know my stance or that, but I'm in good contact with one of his sister's son-in-laws, and he grew up with me. He was a best friend all my life growing up as a JW. He's an elder now, which to me is unbelievable, because some of the stuff we used to do as youngsters and some of the shadiness, I don't even know, but whatever, I know there's repentance in that. So, and you could transform your life. Like even Paul.
Bob Roberts made a good point. You're anointed now, you partook, so you're anointed now. So you're mad respected in the community, bro.
Yeah. I did at the last memorial. I actually went.
Yeah, man. You have guts for that, man. You're a gangster for doing that. Hell yeah, that's awesome.
Well, it's just about being a Christian, Eric.
Yeah, I feel you. No, but it takes guts to be a Christian, right? Peter denied Christ.
Like even Jesus Christ sometimes was a gangster when he had to confront the religious leaders at the time. So sometimes you have to be a gangster for Jesus Christ. And yes, I showed up to the memorial, and there was well over 200 people that showed up, and I showed up in my home congregation, which is very uncomfortable. I was thinking about going to a different hall or something and partaking, but I went to my own home hall. There were some of my family, even some that live in my own household, that were there, but I didn't sit next to them, and I partook, and believe me, it was not comfortable at all, but I knew that I was doing what I should have done, what is right for Christ, what he commanded us. And I know different people listen into the six screens that aren't necessarily Christians. And, people might be listening in this later in the archives, and, they might not be Christian or that, or an atheist or agnostic. But my point in going there was, that's what my journey is in life. And as a Christian, I felt obligated to do that. And then also, too, I wanted to defy Watchtower. And what they do is they take away the kingdom of the heavens from the people. And I wanted to go there and tell them, no, you cannot do that to all of us. And I'm going to stand up and represent that. But, if people don't believe, or agnostic or atheist, I don't knock them, but I'm just saying that this is my trek in Watchtower, and this is what I feel I need to do. And believe me, when you fade it out and you haven't been disfellowshipped or disassociated, and you just show up after 6 or 8 years and you partake, it is not comfortable. I've been waiting for the elders to come and question me or just do a shepherding call, but for some reason they haven't showed up. So I don't know if it's been the unusual bad weather in California that we have been getting these last few weekends, or like in the last governing body, or the last governing body update is like, if you view somebody as an apostate, like don't reach out to them. So I don't really know if they view me as an apostate. I don't think they would, because I've never been disassociated or disfellowshipped. And I've only spoken my mind to like a few people, but not like too extreme as like what I would think to label me as an apostate. So I don't know. Maybe the elders are just tired now and I don't know. But sorry for talking so long, Eric. I hope I didn't speak too long.
Nah, man. Not at all. I love having you on the show. You already know that I want to do a show with you. Wouldn't that be nice, everyone in the comment section, if we did a show together? I'll put you on the spot, man. But maybe one day. But
yeah.
Jerry's shy. I got you, didn't I? I'm just busting. I'm playing with you, buddy.
Nah, it's cool.
No.
Maybe we can do it.
That's cool, man. You and Gigi, the three of us would be a good little show, I think. The three amigos.
Yeah, yeah. I got an email Rick too, because I'm at his convention, and
are you gonna go?
Yeah, I'm gonna see if he can give me like a 20-minute, Bible highlight section or something. No, I'm just kidding.
10T says bring JP as a co-host. Sorry, JP, it's too late to back down now, or to back down.
No, but I'm looking forward to it. I hope we could all make it out there. It will be a real good thing, not only to support the Six Screens Network, which Rick is, the one who's setting this up, but also, to support, which Rick is the primary reason why he's doing this, is to support us as XJW. So, I mean, by all means, if you can do it, do it. I mean, it's what.
Hey Jerry, I have a question for you, and if it's too personal, just tell me. Did you get approached by the elders yet?
It's too personal.
Okay.
I haven't. I'm just joking.
Oh, okay.
They haven't contacted me yet. I thought for sure, I haven't been to my home congregation in a long time. I only go for the memorial, and I finally partook this year. And I thought for sure that I didn't think that they were going to come by here and just ask me if I straight up partook, but I thought they would probably stop by for a random shepherding call and then maybe do it like side-handedly or something. I don't know if that's a word, but like say, oh, well, it's nice to see you at the memorial, but we noticed that you partook or something. I was waiting for all that, and I had all the Watchtower articles, which I still do in case they do show up, but they seem to have not taken an interest in me, which is good for me. I think I was probably stressing myself out about that matter, and I was praying about it a lot, and maybe I pray these elders away because I really don't want to talk to them. I'm not interested in speaking to them, and if I do, I'm not going to be mean, rude, or anything. Like, I just want to wake these elders up to help them out. That's all I do. I just truly care for them because they're just misled people, and I don't want them to have to pay for the sins that they're doing to us, like me, Christians today, or other, innocent Jehovah's Witnesses, because, everything may seem okay in this JW world that they live in. But, you know, when these elders do have to pass away, they will have to, you know, if you are a Christian and believe that, which I am, these elders will have to face Christ, not in this world, but in the next world, you know, and they will have to be judged for their sins and for following men and their position as elders in their leadership position. And, you know, I believe Christ will be merciful, but I also believe, you know, nobody wants to be put in that position. So, you know, I pray for them, and, you know, they haven't came by, and I'm grateful for that. But if they do, I am fully prepared to speak to them in lovingness and kindness, and to direct them to the scriptures where I feel that they're wrong, and hopefully they can see something. And if they don't, then I'm sure they're probably gonna choose to disfellowship me or something. But I also have other legal things that I will present to them at that time.
I think you can get out of that, no problem. And everything is on what you say too. You can if it doesn't come to legality things, the less you say, the better. Try not to entertain them.
That, which I'm thankful for, you know, because I don't.
Hey Jerry. Oh, go ahead, buddy. Sorry.
No, that's all I had to say.
Stay on the line, all right? I want to read a comment, and I want you to someone posed a question to me, if I can find it. Dang it. Hold on one second. I'm going to look for it. There was a good question on here, and I just got to look for it, and I'm going to see if you can answer it with me. I can't find it now. Dang it. It was addressed to me personally, and it was asking a question. Okay, here it is. Booker T. Adams. Eric, my old elders have been calling me for a judicial committee. I faded in the 80s. Can they disfellowship me for not showing up? My family have shunned me for 35 years. I believe the answer to that is yes, but what do you think, Jerry?
That they disfellowship them or what?
He doesn't know, I guess, but he said for 35 years his family has been shunning him, and he didn't show up for his judicial committee. So, I'm almost 90% positive that they'll disfellowship you if you don't show up for the judicial committee.
Well, if it's been 35 years, I can't really say. But what I can say now is that if you do not show up to a judicial committee, and the elders really have their crosshairs on you, and they really want to get you, they will send you a letter through the mail that you have to sign for.
Okay.
And you have to respond to that. And if they do get confirmation from the postal service that you did receive the letter and you don't attend their judicial committee, then technically I believe that they can disfellowship you. But I know people that have refused to sign for the letter and just declined it, and it's kind of gone in hiatus. And that will pretty much, from what I understand, the elders can't disfellowship a person if they haven't responded to them. So by you declining the letter and just they receive the letter back, they can't do anything. But again, there's no guarantees, because I have heard of like situations too where elders will just like go on to like disassociate or disfellowship the person. So there is really no guarantee with this organization. They kind of do what they want. And since everything they're doing is unbiblical, you know, there's really no control that we have over what they do.
Mm.
But I mean, that would be the only word I could say on that, as far as I know, like with disfellowshipping, I know of the elders request. It's very hard for them to disfellowship you without being present, and when they know that, they will send you like a letter through the post mail that you need to sign for.
Mm.
You know,
I got you, man.
I think that's about all I know with that.
Yeah. I don't know much on it either, but I have a feeling like people in the comment section, whoever wrote that, they seem to think that you probably read it, but they seem to think you're probably disfellowshipped, especially since your family hasn't contacted you in 35 years. That's screwed up. What a horrible thing to go through. A lot of us are going through it. I don't even know what my family looks like anymore, because I imagine that if my mom was born in 57 and I'm 41, she's got to be in her mid 60s somewhere. I haven't seen her in 8 years, so I'm assuming her and my entire family look different. They don't have Facebook or anything like that. It's not like I can look them up. But anyways, I don't know. That's the damage done by the tower.
I would say with 35 years, like that person that isn't aware whether what their technicality of their disfellowshipment has been or not, if they really want to know, possibly the only real way to know is to actually write into the headquarters, because unless their old congregation exists that still may potentially have the files that are 35 years old, which we know like a lot of congregations have been dissolved, a lot of kingdom halls have been sold off. So where this person may have left the congregation and not know their status, whether they've been disfellowshipped or disassociated or just whatever, that location, those files might not even exist anymore. So who's to know? But I would say if they are really trying to track that down, which I can understand how that's happened, because in some of my relatives, like my siblings, especially on my dad's side, like some of them were baptized like in the 80s, and in the late 80s, early 90s, they just left the organization and just lived their own life, and the organization kind of forgot about them. And then some of them later, they announced them, but they hadn't been associated with witnesses for like years and years and years. So who's to know like how it is these days? I would say if they aren't even sure, for one, it's terrible how their family is treating them, which goes to show that they might have been disfellowshipped, but if they were never aware of it, they should try to confirm it from their family if at all possible. And then if not, try to track down the last Kingdom Hall that they were in and request or publish their records, or even ask one of the elders there, like, what is even my status in Jehovah's Witnesses or in this congregation? And then I guess the last resort would be to contact headquarters and try to get any records from them. But really, ultimately, Eric, like if their family is treating them like that, whatever they find out is probably not going to change the way the family is treating them at this moment, which is the very saddest part. Like you may be able to track down like whether they were disfellowshipped or not, which they have never obviously, seem to have confirmed that. But regardless, the sad thing is like it's all about the family, how the family is treating them. Like, who cares what the elders think or the organization? It's like,
yeah,
how is your family treating you? But I think at least finding out what this cult is doing that is controlling your family, the status that they have over you, is a way to start, to figure out what you have to do to get through to your family, or figure out where you are, your status in this organization. That's the only thing I can say.
Yeah. You told me something one time, and I hope you don't mind me sharing it. But you told me about Joe and Fran, how their kids will regret treating them the way they did, because you personally experienced that, and I won't get into detail. But Joe and Fran were not treated very well by their kids, and I just find it, no offense, Joe and Fran, but I find it disgusting how the Jehovah's Witness brain can think that they're with the so-called worldly family members, treating them really nice and like loving, and it's like, sorry for your loss, and like so cordial. I think Joe described it that way, and I don't mean to talk for him. And if I got it wrong, I apologize. But I listened to their show to hear what they had to say, and it's just awful, And there's so many funerals that are destroyed from the disfellowshipping arrangement. I know my wife and I have been hurt really bad, and I won't bring it all up again. I will bring up the most hurtful thing was finding out from so-called worldly family member that my cousin died like 3 months ago, from when he died, or 3 or 5 months, and we were really close. We just weren't talking much at that time, and he was one of my best friends. But it's just gross what this organization does. I think Steve Benoit went through that too with his family member. I think his cousin, and it's rough, man. We're all in pain, and from Watchtowers. I know I'm getting a little off track. Sorry, Jerry.
No, I understand what you're saying. Like, it's about a feeling of regret. Like Joe and Fran's kids are rejecting him right now. They're shunning him, and they have a very high potential to wake up at some point, in their trek in life, and hopefully sooner than later. But the point being is, like, they don't want to put themselves in a situation like I had when I shunned my father for 20 years, and then I woke up like a little over a year after he passed away. And after that, very regretful, because when you wake up after shunning somebody, you realize that everything you did was completely wrong and all that. And you can't go back to that person and say, I'm sorry, I was wrong, and that they're gone. So that's the only thing is, like, I know and I believe that, the kids will wake up, before they're gone. But the thing is like, our existence here on this planet and our life that God has granted us is only temporary. And we try to make the best out of it as we can, but we only do what we think is best for us. And sometimes it's not always the best thing. And by being in the Watchtower cult, and that, it's definitely not the best thing, and definitely not the best way to spend your life. And believe me, it doesn't matter when you do wake up from it it doesn't matter if you wake up at 30, 40, 50, you will regret some of the people that you did shun at the time when you were believing JW, and especially if those people aren't around anymore. And the people that are still around, you're still, when you wake up, and those people that have woke up too, you need to you still have to reach out to them and, pay amends and all that, but they'll be very understanding, because they're really, when you're talking to somebody who was in the same cult as you, there's not really much amends to pay, if you're really God honest about like your trek in the Watchtower of the cult. It's like you have to realize we're all victims. We were all victimized. We were all brainwashed. And we weren't really true to ourselves, even as much as we wanted to be, and as much as things hurt to shun people and all that, we still went along with it because that's what we were told, what we were supposed to do. So we have to, come to terms with that. And it's a lot of forgiveness, being humble. And sadly, a lot of it is there's going to be a lot of loss. And there's going to be a lot of loss in that there's not going to be any kind of closure in that you will be able to speak to the person that you shunned, and that because some of those people may not be around anymore. So with that, as hard as it is, and I'm still trying to struggle with it myself, is trying to find closure and forgive yourself for what you did when you were indoctrinated. And even though you're indoctrinated, it still doesn't erase the past and some of the things that you said and the way you acted. Like, you still have to always face that. And all you can do for me is just pray to the Lord for forgiveness and ask him to help me, learn to live with my mistakes. And, I know I'm not the most evil person and I haven't done the most evil things, but still, you feel a huge amount of regret and guilt for a lot of the things that you did. And a lot of it, which is healing, is to realize that it wasn't all me. It was a lot of things that Watchtower made me do. And when you do that, it is somewhat of healing, for me, with a lot of prayer and other stuff too. But it may be, different things for other people, but I think recognizing that, and, whether you're a Christian like myself and you find comfort in praying to God and asking for forgiveness and, doing better and helping other people, that might be my trek, but other people may find, solidarity and, forgiveness and being able to move on with other things. But personally, me, that has been what I have found to help me.
Thanks, buddy. You're a really good man, and I know you love Jesus, and I know you love God, and you set a really good example. Your mother just doesn't know it. Sorry to get a little personal with you on the air, but it's just the Jehovah's Witness mentality, and the same with my family too. They think that you're not in the same boat that I'm in, but I'm an apostate, so they think I'm a traitor to God, but it's the furthest from the truth. If anything, I probably I don't know. I guess it would be too presumptuous to say I'm a servant of God, because that's up to him. But I try to expose the Jehovah's Witnesses, because they're false and they are using God's name to deceive. So I feel like that it's part of my duty, since I was a part of it, to be a soldier in the front lines of the XJW community. I know I'm not Rick Farron or other people. I know people hate him, but even Lloyd Evans, because he did pioneer through it. Think about, like, Lloyd Evans. He taught me a lot. He had Mark O'Donnell as a teammate. Nobody here can disrespect Mark O'Donnell. I mean, the guy is given a lot of very detailed information and history about the Watchtower, and the both of them were a good team together. And their crew that they had at one time, it fell apart, but and others that have done it, and of course the OG Raymond Franz. But I feel like people tell me I waste my time on Quora doing this, but they don't understand that this is like a part of my life, just like it is Rick Farron's too. Before I had six screens, I was still informally talking to people about the witnesses and always um, trying to do the right thing. And that's what you're doing, Jerry. You're doing the right thing by helping that elderly sister and being there for him. There's probably elders and ministerial servants that didn't show up to help to be there for her. Maybe there were some, maybe there weren't. And you haven't been a part of the congregation, but you still have love for that sister that you know, and that's really commendable. Anyways, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm not sure what's going on with the phone lines, if they're still blocked. Probably, everyone. And I'm not sure who's left on the phone line, if anyone wanted to talk or if Jerry still wants to talk. But thanks, buddy. I appreciate what you had to say. What time is it? It's like what, 1:45 on my time, so it's 1:45 on Rick's time. Right? Wait, did I get? It's 1:45 on Rick's time. Let's see what we got in the comment section. Here, everybody else, I'll check out what's going on in the chat real quick. Just give me a second. Especially when Watchtower says not speaking to them is kindness will help them return to Jehovah and save their life, from Cat B. Yeah, really good point. Especially when Watchtower says, yeah, I think it's one of the lines that pisses me off the most, because the first time I got this fellowship, my mother would always say, "Everybody misses you. Come back to Jehovah." And it's the biggest insult, because I didn't leave Jehovah. I left a cult, or no, I didn't even leave. I got kicked out. It wasn't up to me. Someone in the comment section. I mean, someone on the phone line. I hear somebody talking or in the background. Okay. Well, anyways.
I might just.
Oh, is that you, buddy?
Yep. I guess. So did Rick lock out the phone line or something?
It's blocked. And if Rick's awake, if you could unblock the phone line, it'd be great. But if not, it's okay. We'll go a little bit more. I'll probably knock out it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. If the comment section stays busy, that helps. Eric, the elders showed up unannounced at my door. Oh, sorry, at my house. I didn't answer the door. Booker T. Adams. When did this happen? They're still locked. Yeah. Hey, Rick, if you happen to be up, buddy, I hate to do this to you, but Rick Farron, if you happen to be awake, if you can unlock the phone lines, people want to call in. Anyways. Yeah, they do show up unannounced. I didn't get that very much when I was in the organization. What I got was phone calls. Fucking phone calls up the ass. I had all right, so my wife and I, we went out with friends, and we went to a nice restaurant in downtown Providence, Rhode Island. And not a nice I mean, it is a nice place, but it's a brewery / like restaurant, and the food is good. It's okay, but you go there for the beer, but the food is really good too.
Conference
But it's
unlocked.
Oh, cool. All right, conference unlocked, everybody. So I forgot where I was going with this. Oh, so all of us friends went there to this restaurant, and we're having a few drinks, and then we go back to my place, and there's a guy that had a bottle of Hendrick's gin, and it was pretty good stuff. And we had a couple more drinks, all of us, and one of my friends, she got really drunk. like really drunk. And I had never seen her like that actually before, but she was okay. She was nice, and she was like a Zelda fan. She's like, you gotta play Zelda, man. It's like the greatest. I'll let you borrow my Wii, and you can play Zelda. And this freaking girl, I'm like, yeah, okay. Like we had a good night, all of us. And then this freaking girl goes to the brothers and says she mixed her medication with alcohol, and she got drunk, and we were all drinking, and she threw all of us under the bus. And I don't know. It's just Jehovah's Witnesses. I guess she couldn't deal with the sin that she did or whatever. I don't know. It's so crazy what this organization does to the people. And like, I didn't appreciate being ratted out. I didn't even do anything bad. I wasn't drunk that night, and I was home, so it didn't matter. But there was somebody that made a point in the comment section. Let me see here. Give me 1 second, everybody. I might not be able to say it. It was my name was in it, and they were asking me a question. And I can't find it. Sorry, whoever it was. Anyways, anybody on the phone? Oh, Eric, why? Oh, yeah, from Booker T. Adams. All right, buddy. Eric, why do they care about me when I faded? Oh, wait, hold on. My phone's too far away. Eric, why do they care about me? I faded, so why are they harassing me? Well, if they're doing this recently to you, Booker T, let's see. If they're doing this recently to you, it could be because the changes that were made in the policies with disfellowshipping, and they're basically trying to recruit disfellowshipped ones and making it easier. So you faded so long, the elders are knocking on your doorstep trying to get you back in. That's my guess. Does that make sense, Booker? Well, so basically, they're on it's like a marketing campaign if you think about it. I pretty much think that they're trying to I've read some things on Reddit, some situations where this guy he's like, well, I got reinstated. He had no intention to. But the elders kept coming to his door, and he finally answered, and they're like, do you want to be reinstated? And he's like, I don't know, maybe. And it took nothing to do it. He basically met with them twice, and they reinstated him instantly. No months, no years, like right away. So that was one hall. I think there's going to be division. I know my hall, there's a guy that rules with an iron fist with the disfellowshipping arrangement. I highly doubt he's going to change. But yeah, I think there's a good chance, Booker, that they're trying to recruit you back in, and they'll make it easy for you because you faded in the 80s. They would let you in 2 seconds. And if that's something you want, you could be a PMO and have your family back and then fade again, and not get disfellowshipped. This time you'll be reinstated, but you could fade and still have your family. Or you could pretend and go on Zoom and just shut the thing off. I used to do it to try to get reinstated. It didn't work in the long run because it's a long story, but I said the word piss to a brother. I was pissed how they were handling me, and they said I was abusive speech. So that was the end of me trying to fake get back in. But I realize now that my brain function doesn't work with my family's brain function. We're on two different. I'm red pilled. They're blue pilled. It doesn't work. Anyways, I'm blabbing. Is there anybody out there that wants to talk? Come on. What do you got to say?
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, I was listening to JP. And it's difficult to explain, but the people that are in it, that they're sincerely deceived. And he was saying how we remember what it was like to treat our other family members and other people like they were worldly and all going to die, trying to get in, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's important to have some degree of compassion for people that are sincerely brainwashed and don't know it. as painful as that is. But yeah, it was just an interesting conversation earlier. I was paying close attention to it, and it's but there are some people who are well aware of all the inconsistencies, and they're complicit, and silence is, it's almost like when you look the other way, and that to me is, if you have the awareness and you realize how the Kool-Aid is made and everything, and you don't care, you're a pretty nasty person, in my opinion. So it's a fine line for a lot of people. I think they're just hoping they can live forever in the paradise, and they don't really care or pay attention to all the doctrines, and they just do what they're told and trust, and don't really realize what's going on.
As Rick says, I'll give you a gold star for that. They care. Paradise is so important to them. It really is.
Right.
And you know what? Desiree and I, my wife and I, we both, for some reason, we never saw ourselves in paradise. We just did what we had to do, what we were told, I guess, in a way, but only to an extent. We never disfellowshipped anybody. We didn't shun. It wasn't something we did.
Yeah, I know a lot.
What's your name, What's your name, brother? I don't recognize your voice.
It's okay. My name's Keith.
Oh, Keith Silver.
Yeah. No.
Oh. No. Sorry, not different Keith. My bad.
It's okay. Yeah, I'm amazed at I guess it's kind of, it's kind of strange when you really look back and you have taken the red pill, and you know how the Kool-Aid's made, and you're angry, and you're justifiably so, and you want to go in there guns blazing and just tell everybody what's going on. But then you realize too that there's people in there that, if they had, I told my dad, if you knew what I knew, you wouldn't be able to knock on another door again. You wouldn't be able to promote your religion. And it's disillusioning. It's an extraordinarily painful process to realize that everything you've devoted your life to is, just a bunch of people lying to you, essentially. And I think there are people in it that are knowingly complicit and that are just bad people. A lot of the elders, especially, I would say. And it isn't healthy to just say, well, it's okay. It's not okay. People need to speak out against it. People need to be, they need to be vocal about and have dissent. But it must be done in a way that's respectful, and so that people don't think, oh, these are just terrible people that want to they're angry and bitter, and all of the typical stereotypes that Watchtower has branded so-called apostates who've just found out that anybody that wakes up, generally, that they're not evil people. They're just people trying to find out the truth, and I'd rather know what I know now. But anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just agreeing with you. Sorry, I just said yep.
No, it's quite a strange thing to watch your family members, people that I know. My parents are decent people. They really are. And a lot of my other friends are too. And when I've texted them, I come across angry or hurt, and of course I am. But then they make up these arguments in their heads, and they genuinely believe that I am, I'm not right. Something's wrong with me. And I know that I used to make those arguments to my friends that were like, why are you shunning your brother? Why do you believe this? Like, people would try to wake me up, other people that I knew. And I too would come across with these arguments, which were, of course, just cognitive dissonance in my brain, I guess. But a lot of a lot of the arguments that I know there are plenty of people, especially with all the changes that have they have they've got the shelf, as they talk about, people think doubts that they put. And a lot of my friends I've texted, they get really angry and defensive, and why are you being so negative? And and I know they're not terrible people, but if they knew what I knew, they would be like, oh, that's why you're being negative. That's why you're so against this, because it's truly evil to lie to people and make these authority claims that you speak for God and impose upon them transfusions and a whole host of all the bullet points that every apostate knows. But I guess it's amazing to me how people will just do what they're told. I guess it's just remembering and having compassion for them, but not necessarily being like, oh, it's okay. Like, no, it's okay that, kids are dying from not getting a blood transfusion, and children are being baptized at 10 years old and throwing their lives away and never going to college, and nobody's preparing for the future. It's no problem. It's okay that families are being separated. It's okay that, a bunch of old men have the right to tell you that you can have facial hair and on, that people are, it's not okay. It's disgusting. It's evil. And it's hurting so many people. So it's hard to not say something when you see what's going on, but you also have to remember that the people in it, at least the rank and file who are aware, are generally good people, I would say, that don't really know what's going on behind the scenes. And that's the hard part about it. I guess. Anyway, I'm done talking.
No, you added so much to the show. Thank you, Keith. You made a lot of good points, and I agree with what you're saying. It's frustrating to see the blindness of people, and you're awake, and everybody else is in this false illusion of reality, and you're not. Just to give a quick shout out, Ruby Quinn joined us, and I don't know who you are, but apparently you have a YouTube channel. So if anyone wants to check her out, I will check out your YouTube channel, Ruby. Thanks for coming on. It's cool. It's nice to have you. And it's nice to have you too, Keith. Thanks for calling in, buddy.
All right.
But you're so right about that. The points that you made, and it is really hard to watch. It's like madness to watch it. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Lord of the Rings when if Gandalf was the XJW community and Saruman was the witnesses, and it's like, tell me, friend, when did Saruman the Rise abandon reason for madness? Because that's what the witnesses have done. They've abandoned reason for madness. I mean, because there's no reasoning, and they even tell you, even if it doesn't sound reasonable from a human standpoint, right, Keith?
Right. Right, and the argument.
I don't mean to be a nerd, bringing in Tolkien.
I've made these arguments with my father, like, where in the Bible does it say don't drink the wine and eat the bread? And he'd get his eyes glaze over like I'm crazy. Or you talk to friends of 20, 30 years and say, do you really believe that the reason that I don't want to knock on doors anymore and get dressed up in a suit and tie, whatever it is these days, is because I really enjoy murdering and plundering and having orgies every night. So
I'm still waiting for the orgies. It's been many decades that I've been disfellowshipped. Not many decades, but 14 years total. I haven't seen the drunken orgies and women throwing themselves.
Right. So it's like they make these stories up in their minds about why you left, and they've known you for God knows how long, and it really is painful to hear, this judgment that the Watchtower teaches them. I mean, Watchtower is the most judgmental self-righteous, merciless group of absolutely deluded, grandiose, psycho people that have, and so it takes a lot of courage to leave. But I was watching Ruby's channel. Ruby has a great channel, and she's talking about her mother and what she's been through. And it's just like, it hurts to watch your parents, especially your family members, accuse you of bad intentions when you went online, you found out about Beth Sarim and went down the rabbit hole, and you found out. You figured it out. You realized that these men are just making it up, and a lot of their policies and lies are catching up with them. So they just call everyone an apostate and try to, do damage control, as you said. And that's, they don't care who they hurt. They don't care that your family members won't talk to you.
They just want obedience, blind obedience.
Yeah. And, my parents, I'm grateful for the fact that, they brought me up with the moral standards that I have. And I don't disagree with the Bible. I don't disagree with the rules. Generally, I think society needs the standards of what's good and bad, and I'm pretty sure I believe in the Bible. I believe what the Bible says about those things. But when you pair that with the Watchtower's dogma and crazy theology and absolute wacko ideas, and then you try to reason with your parents that or close family members. You say, hey, look, check this out. This is the Australia Royal Commission. Look at this. This is real life. This is actual factual evidence that proves these guys are con men and shysters and despicable humans. They're not, they're not to be followed or heard or listened to. That it's hard for people to recognize that, because a lot of the people in it wouldn't think like that. They're not manipulative and caught up in all of that. So, yeah.
One thing that really disgusts me about Watchtower is their misinterpretation of the Bible when they talk about the sheep and the goats. See, they made it about them. If you don't follow Watchtower, you're a goat. But that's not what the Bible was teaching. It was teaching it about humanity, that we're stupid and that we need God. It wasn't talking about from man to man. See, they're trying to take the obedience from Jesus, from Jehovah or God or whatever, Yahweh or whatever you want to call him. They're trying to steal that away so that they have the obedience from that scripture, but it doesn't belong to them. And
it's the concept.
They're manipulating the scriptures to get people to obey, because I'm sorry, I'm a goat. I'm not a goat to God, but I'm a goat to humanity. Yes, I am stubborn, and I will not follow the lead because sheep are stupid, and we know that. And you know what? There's a guy named Vinnie Vincent, and I bet a lot of people know him in the comment section on YouTube. Maybe you do too, Keith. And he did a short little video, and he showed how stupid sheep were. And he got stuck, and a man let him out of the crack, and the sheep ran away and got stuck right away again. And it was just like, Watchtower is telling you to be a sheep. They want you, and I'm sorry, Jehovah's Witnesses, but most of you are stupid, because it's the blind leading the blind. It's sheep leading sheep. Yeah, Jerry, what's up?
Yeah, this is JP Jerry. I just want to let you know that the guy calling in right now is my good buddy and friend Keith. So yeah, keep listening to him. He lives out here in California. We've hung out before.
I was gonna ask you if you were from California because the way you talk. So that's awesome. I was right. I just wish I would have said it.
Yeah. When Joe and Fran went on their road trip last year, like almost a year ago exactly, Keith and me were at the meetup. So yeah, it's I'm just wanted to say it's good to hear Keith's voice tonight. And hello, Keith. How you doing, brother?
Loving it. Love what you're saying too, man. I have a lot of love for especially older ladies in there that, they're just innocent women doing the best they can. And I loved your story, what you said. And yeah, I mean, it's a difficult situation because these are not terrible people. They're just deceived and played, and they're not awful people. They've been played. That's a really kind thing that you did. It's it's important to be able to understand that, even though I get really pissed off about it. Sometimes I want to blame my parents, and I really don't think they know any better, although it's annoying.
Right.
Yeah, anyway, it's a good conversation anyway. I'm going to hang up, but I hope you guys have a great night, and I think this is a good show, and it's just a great place to vent and for people to talk about what they're going through and how to handle it.
Thanks, Keith. And don't be a stranger, man. It's really good to meet you.
Yeah, likewise.
Cool, man.
No, I don't know. I don't want to take up too much. Everybody should talk. So, but yeah, it's a good conversation, and I think I'm glad there's voices being heard and people are being able to say what they really what's going on and whatever. All right, you guys have a great night.
Thanks, buddy. And just to go along with what you're saying, it's really important for all of us to heal together. I don't want to fight with anybody. I really don't. Let's just all heal. We're not here to fight and argue and push agenda. We're just here to love.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
I want you to give a shout out to Carrie. Her name is Carol Paradise in the Suite because her birthday is coming up.
Happy birthday, Carol.
She's still awake because I just saw her writing in the chat. Anyway, Carrie, happy birthday, and with all of my love from Sweden. And I wanted to say that you're such an inspiration to me. I couldn't hold my tongue like you do. I try to. You are my role model and you are my inspiration. And you have good experience and you deserve all the respect. Like the intelligent woman I feel that you are. And I just, I'm just in awe just about you, everything about you. I want to say something more also. I love your voice. There is something in your voice that is just amazing to me. I love you, Carrie. Bye-bye.
Well, happy birthday.
There we go. Love going all around. Oh, sorry, everyone. I'm yawning a little bit. What time is it here? Well, we're like 12:15. We can keep going if everybody is still here and we're hanging out. Is anybody on the phone lines that wants something to say?
I was just gonna say, Eric, it was good to hear Keith calling tonight. Like, I actually know him as that's
a personal friend.
Like, yeah, I never knew him before until we met up with Joe and Fran like over a year ago.
Okay.
And
cool. You met in the meetup.
Yeah. So like him and me, like we always are looking to meet up, and I'm actually gonna organize another XJW meetup like in the next couple months. So I hope to see him again. But that's one thing is like I had met him and spoke to him before through Joe and Fran, before I met Joe and Fran and him like personally, and it was really nice. But we met each other like all in person, and since then he's just become like an excellent buddy of mine, just like you. Like we talk to each other like almost every week and stuff. Like I talk to you and Des and stuff, and he's like that. Keith is a very good friend and brother of mine, since I've left the XJW community. And even since leaving, like I talked to him and we're not from the exact same area, but you know, like the witness community is so small. Like we had come to learn that there was some families and people that we knew, you know, from being witnesses that, you know, people that we both knew. So we had some kind of something that we could connect with through that. But since then, like he's a very good friend of mine, and we talk to each other all the time regularly. And, you know, when he calls in the show, I recognize his voice, just like I recognize your voice and Joe and Fran and other people that call in. But I have a outside relationship with some of the people outside of the show, and it's really nice. Even like Dick and Connie and other people like call them sometimes from time to time, and it's nice that we can all connect outside of the show and talk to each other personally and relate to each other's experiences, and also, you know, through the struggles we're going through, and support each other, not only through this network, but, you know, outside of what Rick has developed through Six Screens and other stuff. Like he's really, from what he's developed here on Six Screens, you know, it started with Rick, but his, you know, backbone Susan has supported him through that, and through that they've helped so many people. And that's all I wanted to say. Like I was just glad to hear my brother Keith call in tonight, and it was good to hear him talk tonight. And like you, man, I both consider you both really good friends and brothers outside of the show, and that's nothing that we could ever have, because quite honestly, like honest to God, like if it weren't for Six Screens, we probably never would have met each other or come into contact and develop these good friendships and all that. So that's one thing that I really hold in high regard.
You might want to give him an invite to the Dope F's. You follow me, Jerry?
Eric?
Yeah.
Hi, Eric. I don't know what happened to that caller. This is Carol Paradise.
Hi, Carol.
Grace would call me, hi. As Grace would call me, Carrie. But
Carrie.
Let me tell you something. Grace is a sweet, sweet lady. I know her heart. I feel it, and I love her to pieces. Now, second of all, I just wanted to tell you, a long, long, long time ago, we're talking maybe, what was I? Well, maybe at least 25 or better years ago, when I first bumped into the AOL chat room for disfellowshipped Jehovah's Witnesses. The first thing that I learned
was that the 90s?
Saying how stupid, huh?
Was that the 90s?
No, it's a little bit earlier into the 80s, I think.
Wow, there was America Online back then? Because I had it in the 90s, but it was for Jehovah's Witnesses to meet Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah, I went looking for them.
Wow.
But anyways, the first thing that I learned in there, as a broken person, I was still a believer, but I was out. That I kept on saying how stupid I was. How could I have been that stupid to believe all that stuff? But you know, they are real good the way they you know, it starts at the Bible study and how they blend things in and make things sound perfect and to what they believe. So somebody corrected me. Well, several did, and says you were not stupid. You were deceived. Don't ever say that about yourself. So I never did again. I remembered that as clear as if it was yesterday. So, and I appreciate the happy birthday. That's real sweet. Mine is May 9th. So,
No worries.
who would ever think this time, because I went in as a convert at 16 and I mean, I loved my Bible study and but time went by, things happened, and I had to eventually take my children and go on the run and go into hiding and go into battered women's shelters and stuff like that, and get away from my abuser and whatever. The funny thing is that the last beating I got was so severe. I had a very bad head concussion, and the elder, the presiding overseer at the time, took me, with his sister, took me to the hospital. Now, I don't remember anything except, getting in there, being wheeled in. And the only one who visited me was the sister. And after that, I never went back. I took my kids and we went into hiding, and we stayed there. Never did go back. And they found me years later in field service, and I was staying with this guy that I liked a lot. And this is years later. And the long and short of it is that I don't know. I must have been stupid, okay, I can use that, stupid, for giving them my number or something. I don't know, but I did get a phone call stating that they would like to see me and ask me my position, with this guy. So I told them, and they told me I had to be married within 2 weeks or else. And I went, oh, brother. So I guess they made an appointment with me, and I never went. I never acknowledged them. And I guess at that time, I gave them no power over me. And there was no way I was going to go into that meeting and be humiliated. They didn't even, my ex-husband was a ministerial servant, and he wasn't even disfellowshipped for what he had done to me. I mean, it was pretty bad. I got lucky. I lived through that one. So, then years later, I found that, yes, he was. I don't know when. And then I found out I was. And I went, oh, well, no big deal, because I would never go back. Never. Not that I didn't believe, because I was a believer for a long time. Believe it or not, it took me about 9 years to deprogram, but I did it in the AOL chat room, and I was surrounded by wonderful people.
That's awesome, because this is a time of darkness where you didn't have the internet like you do now.
Oh yeah.
It was the dark ages, and it was the heyday for Watchtower, because they could get away with almost anything.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, like, I got in around 1960. Time has flown by. I've learned an awful lot. And it was very tearful for me at the time, because, I remember when I first started studying, they told me I had to write a letter to the Catholic Church telling them to take my name off the rolls. I was no longer a Catholic, and that I was studying with the Jehovah's Witnesses, and I had to be removed from their roles. And that's what I did. What a dope. But, you know, that's kind of like being stupid. But
well, you left one cult for another. Only the Catholics aren't as bad as the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Let me tell you something. I loved my Catholic days. I went to a parochial school. I loved my nuns, the priests. I looked at them like they're men, you know. But I loved the nuns. I loved my school. I wanted to become a nun. They discouraged that. I guess they saw something in me that, you know, I should wait a little bit. And once I did, that was it. You know, was married a few years after. So, geez. But anyways, no, the Catholic Church is very ritual. They have their excommunication going on, but you have to really commit a serious sin for that. And there's no shunning. So, you know, they've changed a lot. I mean, I would never go back to it, but
who has no shunning?
The Catholic Church.
Oh yeah, they stopped that. Like when did they stop that in the mid 1900s or something like that, or early 1900s?
Gee, I didn't even know they had shunning going on.
Yeah, they did. They did do it, but yeah. There was a 1947 Awake article entitled "Are You Excommunicated?" and they bashed the Catholic Church for their shunning and excommunication practices, saying it was pagan. 5 years later, Nathan Knorr became president of Watchtower and implemented the disfellowshipping arrangement and completely dishonored and discredited or had a confliction of interest with the 1947 Awake article about shunning. And but it was Nathan Knorr because he became president in that year and he decided to go down that route. I hate that man for doing that because he caused pain, agony, and suicides and division of family from it. And I really despise the man for doing that to us. But it just goes to show that Russell started it and it was a certain way. They didn't shun. And that's why till this day, the Bible, what are they called? The Bible students, there's still about 200,000 or 300,000 of them. A friend of mine was telling me, I think it was Jerry, if that's correct. And they don't shun and they still follow Russell's ideologies. And Rutherford hijacked it. And then after Rutherford, it was Nathan Knorr. And after Nathan Knorr was Fred Franz. And it just keeps going. You know, Anthony Morris was at the top at one point. And now he's gone.
Yeah, he sure is. Nobody has heard anything from him, huh?
Not other than that, he's in Lumberton, Carolina. North Carolina.
Well, I guess I didn't have independent thinking like a lot, although when I was Catholic, I mean, I was very devout Catholic, but I didn't believe in the hellfire. That I had a problem with. I didn't believe that God would, you know, burn you day after day, you know, but I didn't think that God was like that. I think what attracted me to the witnesses is that I asked the nun one day, I said, how come we never studied the Bible? We had catechism and we had, you know, church with the scripture and then a lecture and whatever, but never the Bible. And she told me, she said, you would never understand it. It's too deep. So, you know, I was ripe. I was ripe for the witnesses, but I enjoyed my Bible studies. I loved them. It was fun. I had good teacher. You know, she made me feel comfortable. So and she would bring me to the meetings, and I have, you know, real decent clothes. But she says, "You come as you are," and that was the way I got in, and love bombed.
The best time that I ever had when I pioneered and went out in service was when there were a bunch of us teenagers and anywhere from 16 to maybe 20 years old, 21 years old, somewhere around there. And we would all meet at like 4 o'clock in the morning and go to gas stations, and we'd all split up and have groups, and we'd all be with friends. We literally like, who wants to work with who? Like, and we're all kids. There's no old folks. We're just all freaking young folks, and we are all picking our groups, and we all have fun, and we're counting our time. And we, some people quit at 9. I didn't. I went till 12, but it pissed the elders off that they were getting their time not supporting they called them phantom pioneers because they weren't supporting the group. But I hated service. I hated knocking on doors. I loved doing that. We would, by the time coffee break would come around, we would be downtown Providence somewhere and be at a dope bagel shop.
Yeah.
Because it was good city life there, and we could eat whatever and could be wherever we wanted. And I don't know. It was. I mean, like, you'd throw like a stack of magazines and like, I placed 90 magazines this month. It's ridiculous.
Well,
but
you know,
I guess there were some good times with it. But you know, you made the best of a bad situation.
Right. Yeah. You know what though? I'll give them this. They did teach me in ministry school how to write and how to, you know, what is it? Oh God, it's been so long.
They taught me to be a public speaker. That's what I learned from them. I know how to sweet talk people.
Right.
I'm a salesman. I can be a salesman. I don't enjoy it, but I have it. I have that ability.
Yeah. And that stayed with me most of my life. So,
yeah.
You know, I got good marks for that. But anyways, I'm going to let you go. Let's see. What time is it? Oh, 1:32 a.m.
Where are you? Oh, you're at Eastern time.
Yeah, I've been listening to you.
Oh, great. You are my dear friend. You are. Honey, I'm going to hang up, and I'll tell you why. It's late. I really should get myself to bed. So, and plus Eric is probably going to shut down shortly.
Mm-hmm.
I'll keep going. I'll keep going for a little bit till it wears down.
Yeah. It wears down.
Carrie, sweet dreams.
What was that?
Sweet dreams, Carrie.
Oh, sweet dream. Oh, thank you. Thank you, hon. I appreciate that. We will talk again very, very soon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You stay safe, hon.
The same to you. Take care.
Okay.
Be careful.
Thank you, Eric. And thank you.
Good night.
And
good night, Carol.
Everybody in the room.
And thank you.
39 watching now. Okay, you take care. I'm going to hang up now.
Good night, honey. You have a great night.
Good
Thanks
night.
for calling in, Carol.
You're welcome.
What time is it? It's about 1:30 Rick's time, 12:30 mine. We'll check out the comment section real quick. See what we got going on. Eric, like in Labyrinth, she said, "You have no power over me." Then the maze crumbled around her. I don't know Labyrinth. Probably a really good analogy, though. When I came in this was 76, I was told I had to write to the religion I was christened or baptized in and get my name of their lists. Okay. Eric Russell would be an apostate according to the JW's own definition, left the Millerites. That's a really good point, because it's funny that the Jehovah's Witnesses still praise Russell, but if Russell was alive, he'd look at the witnesses and go, "You fucked it." Sorry, I'm just gonna say it. You fucked it all up. Like they would totally disagree with each other. There's no way around it. And he would probably be cast out as an apostate. Anthony Morris is not an apostate, but he got removed. And for what reason? It's got to be disagreement. I love how I post this question on Quora, and everybody is saying his health. It ain't his health. That guy's more alive. All right. I know Anthony Morris because I've met him, and he was my pioneer instructor for a week, and I worked on his car when I came back to work on his car. So I've met him several times. And he's a boxer, right? That's his background. He admitted it. He used to box. This guy's a hard ass. This guy's strong. He's a bull. Yeah, he's a drinker. He's drinking himself to death, but he ain't in bad health. No way. He's sharp as a whip. He's stubborn, and he's a narcissist, and he's full of ego. He's strong. And there's one thing that you have to understand about Rhode Islanders. We absolutely friggin' hate change. We hate, I mean, I know humans as a whole don't always like change, but I'm telling you, Jehovah's Witnesses, especially in Rhode Island, Rhode Islanders, even politically, in every single way, they absolutely hate change. It takes them a long time to get used to it. And I wonder where they'll stand with all of this. There's going to be a lot of Rhode Islanders that won't like the changes coming. But anyways, I'm rambling on a little bit. Eric, my elders had me shaking like a leaf in the 80s. I wish I could take you with me to my judicial committee because my elders are so mean. Believe me, Booker T. Adams, I've been through it with the elders a lot. I've screamed at them. I've yelled at them. I've told them off. I've had every bad situation with elders. My brother, when he was like 17, he fooled around with another teenager his age and or around his age, close enough, a year or whatever. And they didn't have sex, but they, whatever, call it pornea. That's what Jehovah's Witnesses call it. And they asked my brother if he ejaculated, where he did. And then they're like, the guy, Jeff Giddy, says to him, and mind you, this is a teenager. This ain't right to do this to someone underage. And he says to him, you didn't have sex with her, like penile to vaginal sex. And my brother's like, no, we didn't. He's like, why? And he's like, because I was afraid of, like, I don't know, like pregnancy or maybe STDs or whatever, but definitely pregnancy. And he goes, I just don't get it because I would have done it. And he gave himself away. And my brother's just like, this guy, all of the men were really creepy and wanting to know all the details. And it's just not right. The girl was like 15. If he was 17, she was 15, I think. Something like that. And it's like, they act like pedos, Laura Poitra. Good point. They do. Because it's like, these are kids. Why are you asking these disgusting details? First of all, this is consensual. Second of all, you're not a court of law. I mean, this is ridiculous, And they asked my wife and I, they asked my wife without me, personal sexual, like what we do in our bedroom, And at one point, I ended up talking to a personal friend of mine who was an elder. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with oral sex? And he said, Eric, it's what the homosexuals do. And I'm like, they hold hands too. I said it like instantly. But these elders, no offense, Gigi and everybody else, you don't count. You guys escaped, you and your brother Jesse, but like elders suck. The only good elder is a Pimo elder, or one that woke up, or one that refuses to disfellowship and is always on the side to not disfellowship because there's 3 votes. I mean, I guess my dad was a good elder to resign, and I mean he did some dirty deeds in it, but he didn't play ball, and it bothered his conscience deep down inside. He wouldn't stay on board. He wanted to be an Indian, not a chieftain. But is there anyone on the phone lines that wants to talk? I'm blabbing a little bit, but I'm just trying to keep the show going. Hey, Ruby Quinn, since you got a YouTube channel and everything, if you want to call in, the number's on the screen and just hit *6. I haven't heard of your channel, because you know what's happening right now. You know what, guys. This is how we know Watchtower is going down. If you type in Jehovah's Witnesses on YouTube, right? Type in Jehovah's Witnesses. Nothing will come out. Hardly anything will come out Jehovah's Witness content. It's all XJW content. And there are so many channels, I can't keep up with it. There's Mark Martin. There's who's the guy from ex-Bethelite here? Marcus Vaughn, and his wife. There's, geez, I could keep going. There's Fixing My Faith. Of course, 6 Screens. There was Lloyd Evans. I don't even think he's doing it much anymore. There's Panda. There's shoot. There's so many different channels. It never ends. But it's cool. It's good because we know that our community is growing. Reddit's almost at 100,000. And we're really growing. And I think it's a good thing. And like Rick says, I think you're going to have family members calling you in the future. Unfortunately, some people like myself are not going to have family members calling you. Some people are going to go down with the ship, and we have to accept that. That is just, the way it's going to go. But anybody on the phone line that wants to talk?
Oh. Hello.
Hi. I can hear you.
Hey, so this is okay, cool. So this is Ruby Quinn from the chat. How are you?
Good. How are you, Ruby?
Doing good. Thanks so much for the shout out.
Yeah, no problem. Nice to meet you.
So I haven't been really watching your shows or anything like that, I'm gonna be honest. So I don't know if you have a specific topic that you wanted to talk about or something.
Mm-hmm. The topic was like bad associations spoil useful habits, and I wasn't making it biblical. I was just showing how Jehovah's Witnesses, like, there are good people in the organization, but the longer that they've been in it, and the longer that the saturation of the indoctrination and the television soaking into their minds, showing them how to shun through characters on their TV programs, it's denigrating their morality and making them less of a person and having more bad qualities than good qualities. And the ones that I feel like the ones that do have the good qualities are leaving, and the ones that don't, like, unfortunately, like my family and my wife's family, are just staying in it and going down with the ship. And that's kind of what I was talking about tonight.
Okay, wow, yeah, that's a lot, I actually have a couple of thoughts about that.
Sure.
Well, recently, I had this, JW elder come to my door, and he's been doing return visits on me. And he literally he added me to like his group chat, and he sent me one of those messages, literally talking about exactly what you just said, and how to keep good association and the whole friendship stuff, and how, good friends are going to keep you loyal to Jehovah and stuff like that, right? And I told him, I would love to send you an email. So I sent him like 5 paragraphs of an email that I also read on my channel. because I literally tell him, like, I totally agree with some of the things the Bible says about keeping good company and stuff like that. But, you know, the Bible also talks about having that friend when you need them the most. And unfortunately, those friends, those so-called friends that I thought that they were going to be there for me when I needed them the most, were not there. They abandoned me. They didn't come to my aid when I needed them the most. And why is that? It's because I finally started saying what I really believe. And what I really believed was that this is all a lie. It's a sham. And I want no part of it. and when I was posting that kind of stuff online on Facebook, everybody was either blocking me, sending me really nasty messages and blocking me so that I can't answer them, and just, you know, telling me, you know, to censor my speech, and that, you know, social media is not the
They
place.
were blocking you on your phone?
Well, it started first on social media.
Social media? Because
Yeah.
I'm blocked from everybody on my phone because I'm a known apostate. So I was just curious. But yeah, they do that, huh?
Right. So I'm thinking most of my family and friends are gonna probably, you know, say, you know, be there for me. At least call me or do something to say, hey, Ruby, what's going on? No, all of you guys sent me such hateful messages, calling me names, and then just blocking me or telling me that I'm mentally ill or that I'm crazy. Like I literally talked about this also on my channel because my mom told me, like, she had the audacity to tell me at that time that the only reason why I was making posts or having doubts was because I had postpartum depression. And I thought that that was really offensive because I'm like, I'm talking about the things that I'm learning about, that I feel I grew up in this thing, right? I didn't have a choice. Couldn't voice out my concerns. And you're accusing me of having postpartum depression because I had a child like a few months before that this happened, you know, during that time. Like, how dare you say something like that to somebody?
They accused you of that? That wasn't a doctor's opinion, that was their opinion?
Yeah, like my mom's like, oh,
wow.
You're not acting like yourself. You know, maybe something else is going on. Are you okay with your husband or whatever? Or do you have postpartum depression? Is it the baby? And I'm like, oh my God, how dare you say something like that to me? But that's
so
literally
awful.
you. They treat you like this is not you. Yeah, totally, like totally discrediting you. Like, this is not coming from you. You're acting crazy, and I think you need to seek help or call an elder or talk to an older sister. And I was like, I don't need to talk to nobody. Like, I know what I know, and this is the truth. And then when I tried to show her like the court cases and stuff like that with like the whole CSA issues, she literally like kind of like threw it back to me and was like, I'm not gonna look at that. Those are apostate lies. And I said, yo, it's literally a court case. How is that an apostate lie? So you're not right? Like, you're not even willing to look at the case. You're not even willing to look at what the victim is saying. Nothing. You don't even want to believe that these people are getting arrested. And that was the anger that was brewing in me. Like, how could you turn your face away from something that is happening within our organization? Because, you know, I still believed, you know what I mean? Like, I still used to believe that this wouldn't happen in the Kingdom Hall. Jehovah wouldn't allow this. And you know, I had to wake up. I had to really wake up and tell myself, this is not the truth. And once I finally like accepted that, all of a sudden I talk about this all the time. Like, I got like death anxiety. I finally became mortal. I finally felt like I'm going to die. And then everything came crashing down. And my mom's like, this is all of your husband's fault. He's the one who's lying to you.
Wow.
And I was like, oh my God, like, it's not him. It's not anybody. This is the research that I'm doing. It's like they always want to put the blame on everybody else. But when I needed all of you guys the most, none of you guys were there. So don't ever say that you were my friend. Don't ever say that you loved me. Don't ever say that you tried your best or whatever. No, you did not. You weren't willing. You threw me away. You didn't listen to anything that I had to say. So you know what? I don't care anymore. Don't talk to me anymore. And like that was kind of like my rebellion as an adult. And we just left all of that behind us. And even throughout all of that, I revived my faith in God. Like I still believe in God. I still believe in Jehovah. I still believe in Jesus. Still believe in all of those things. I just needed to find where to like go, like a new spiritual home or something like that.
I still believe the same way you believe too. I just don't believe it with the Jehovah Witness doctrine. But I remember, I think it was Ken Flodine or one of the governing body member helpers, and he said that the wicked clergy of this world, the Christendom, have misled people and turned a lot of them into atheists and agnostic, and they have an accounting to God. And when he said that, I'm like, and that's you. Because the XJW community, especially on Reddit, is highly atheist or at least very left-winged. And
yep,
you have to be very careful when you leave Jehovah's Witnesses, because you can leave a religious cult and join a political cult, because both the left and the right can be a cult, especially the far left. And but all of those cults are dangerous, even on the right as well. It's important to have freedom and not really be a part of a religion, but just love Christ and be a Christian, which means to serve Christ. My buddy Jerry goes to a really cool church. He sent me a video where he gave a shout out and talked about Jehovah's Witnesses in a positive, not a positive, in a realistic light, and exposed them as a cult. And I listened to the pastor's sermon, and he's a really cool dude. And I would personally go to a church like that, but I can't afford right now to take a chance on a church. To take a chance on a church that I don't know and people I don't know, because I'm broken right now. But I do suggest finding something like that if that fits you, because I think it's non-denominational. And the pastor just seems so cool. But you know what? Part of my church is 6 Screen Sunday too. When I listen to those guys, Scott and Jody and the Jay Hess, and I think even this right now is church. All of us talking. Yeah, go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, I was gonna say thanks for telling that to Ruby. Yeah, it was a non-denominational church, and since leaving the JWs, I've really found a lot of comfort in going to a church, and it just so happens to be non-denominational. I mean, I'm not knocking anybody whether they want to go to a Catholic church or anything, or a Baptist church or whatever. But what I've found is that they've been so helpful and really took an interest into me as a person, like leaving the Jehovah's Witnesses to try to help me to make sure that my transition into Christianity is like comfortable, That's one thing I've found. Hi, Ruby. Glad you called me tonight. Hello.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much, because you know what? I totally agree. And that's why now that I started my channel, it's like I'm trying to find people that have successfully moved on from the religious trauma and that still kept Christianity, because that's the boat that I'm in right now. I felt like everybody was accusing me of leaving Jehovah because I left being one of Jehovah's Witnesses. And they always accuse you of, you don't believe in God. You wanna live in a life of sin. You don't want to live by Bible standards. You left Jehovah. And it's like I'm kicking and screaming, because it used to get me so upset. Like, I never left Jehovah.
I know. Doesn't it piss you off? I can't stand that come back to Jehovah. It really teased me off. I can't stand it. It's like I didn't.
Yeah.
and plus you get kicked out, right? So it's like I didn't leave. I was forced. Oh, hey, fixing my faith.
Way I felt too is like they've told me that even when I I'll have to tell you my story, Ruby, because I've only my story on Rick's channel like probably almost a year ago, and it was just not in person. But yeah, at some time perhaps I would like to tell my story on your channel, because I appreciate that you cover people's story that are still pursuing their life, following Christ, and that's what I'm trying now. So yeah, I like that with your channel. So the only other time I got to tell my story was on Rick's channel, but I would like to do it at some point on your channel. But what I would say,
so cool.
Yeah, but
that would be cool.
That you called me tonight, and it really is a struggle. It's not easy leaving the JWs, and honestly, like when I left, I mean, I'm 40 years old now. I woke up when I was 38, and when I woke up, I didn't even really look into the Bible or that much. I kind of put it on the back burner, or even my faith, because you're in so much shock. And I literally spent the whole year that I woke up from JWs just to deconstruct like all of the faith in, or the misfaith, or the false doctrines and all that I would have been indoctrinated with my whole entire life. So it took me a year to deconstruct all that. And then I met some people from the church that I go to now. They invited me there. And since then I've gotten into like the Word of God and all that. And that's really where my journey has started, like, since then. But I would like to tell that sometime on your channel. But I just want to say, like, thank you so much. And I've been on the 6 screens for like over a year, and if you're new here, you're very welcome, and it's good to have you here, to speak. And I'm glad you called in on Eric's show tonight.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate it, because
Do you have a Spanish accent, Ruby?
alone, but what was that?
Do you have a Spanish accent?
No.
No? Oh, I thought it was. All right, I got it wrong. I was trying to figure out, but I was wrong. Sorry.
No. I mean, I come from New York City, so that's kind of a little bit of an accent I probably have.
Okay, you from New York? I'm from Rhode Island. I used to go to New York all the time. But is it getting harder to live there?
Well, actually, I moved away, and
you moved away?
now, so I'm in Tampa Bay.
Oh, okay.
I'm in Tampa.
My wife was born in Tampa.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no, I had to leave New York because of the whole shunning stuff with my family, and then
That's why I left Rhode Island, and I'm in Tennessee. I can't deal with it anymore.
yeah, that was the first reason why, because I haven't really told my story even on my own channel, but basically, in a quick nutshell, the only reason why I had to marry the person that I married was because I got pregnant out of wedlock, and so the elders told me that I would have to marry this man if I wanted him to raise the kid with me. So I was basically coerced by the elders at the age of 17 to marry somebody that I didn't even know. And so I thought that I was doing the right thing by doing what the elders told me, so that we could get reinstated together and we could be, happily ever after Jehovah's Witness family and bringing our baby to the Kingdom Hall. And unfortunately, that did not happen. And so I only got reinstated. My husband didn't get reinstated. And that created a really bad rift between us. So we were always moving back and forth. and, trying to listen, it was horrible. So anyways.
That sounds horrible. Jeez, that's causing division in your family.
Oh, exactly right. Because I told the elders, I said, so if I marry this guy, you're going to reinstate me? And they said, yes, within 6 months, you guys can get reinstated if you marry him, because this shows that you are repentant and that you're not going to continue living in sin or whatever. And then he can be a father to the child. And it was horrible. It was so bad because I felt like I had to do whatever they said. And that's what gets me angry and upset. And that's why I speak so much out now, because I didn't have to do those things, but I thought that I had to because I was indoctrinated to believe that these men were, talking to Jehovah, praying to Jehovah, and that Jehovah was going to let me know what to do next in my life.
Mm.
So, fast forward, we were always moving around, and I kept having children, and the family kept looking at me like, oh my God, why you keep having kids? The end of the world is coming, and you keep having kids. You should just wait till you go to paradise. And I'm like, okay, what do you want me to do? You told me to marry the guy. What? Now you want me to get on birth control or something? Like, you guys are going to dictate that too? Like, what do you want me to do here? I married him. So if we keep having kids, it's okay because he's my husband. It's not like I'm having kids with different guys. Like, oh my God, it was so much judgment. It was so judgmental. It was insane. So I kind of just kept things to myself. Didn't want to announce my pregnancies. It was always such a negative vibe every single time I got pregnant. Nobody ever did any baby showers or anything like that. Nobody celebrated any of the new children coming into the family. So you could already tell, this is not what they want. And so they were not going to celebrate any of it. So I was just like, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody wants to help me. So why am I still here? Why am I still having to be around these people who look down on me for getting married and having kids when this is what we're supposed to do? You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make any sense. So,
nope, not at all. When my wife and I got married, my grandfather came up to me at my wedding, like the day after the wedding, the reception, and he said, "You can't go to your honeymoon." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "They can't find the marriage certificate." I'm like, or the marriage license. I'm like, "I don't care." And he's like, "No, you'll get this fellowship." I'm like, "I don't give a shit." In fact, I wish that would have happened because because my mind was telling me I have like almost 200 people here at my wedding, like 150 people here. Like, yeah. You're shitting me. They all just witnessed in front of God, and we prayed to God over this wedding. You're fucking shitting me. Sorry, so everyone. Like, I'm going on this vacation, this honeymoon, and I'm gonna fuck my wife. All right, we're gonna make love, and we're gonna have a good time, and you're not gonna do anything about it. And if I come back and get disfellowshipped, I would have never been a witness at that point, and they would have done me a favor, and I wish it would have went down that way. Sorry to be vulgar, everybody. This is like the Howard Stern show.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God, no, that is funny as hell, yo. That is hilarious.
We both, even my wife was like, "There's no way I'm going aboard with this. We spent all this money. This is our wedding. But we ended up finding the license, and it was all worked out. But if I didn't find that license, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm married. It just goes to show how they rule followers, and that it's not about Christ. Because when you get someone on Quora admitted to me, a witness, that it takes a lot of time in Bible study to become a witness. You can't just become a witness at the door. It takes like almost about a year to get baptized. But in the Bible, it was like, "Do you accept Jesus Christ as your Savior?" "Yes." "Let's go find a river."
Yeah.
There was no questions, nothing.
Yep, exactly right. So anyways, I just had to leave that whole family business behind and just let my mother leave me alone, because every single time that I would try to call her or whatever, she's like, I can't keep coming over here to help you with the baby because you're not going to meetings. And I used to look at her like, like, are you for real? Like, dead ass? Like, I just gave birth a few months ago and I need help.
That's your grandbaby, you know? Jesus.
Yeah, like, you should be happy that I'm calling you and that I want you to be involved in everything after all of the bullshit you put me through already. You should be happy that I'm calling you. But you know what it is what breaks my mind is that I was literally only 18 years old, 19 years old while all of this is happening. I don't know a thing about taking care of a baby. I don't know how to breastfeed. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what's happening to a baby in the middle of the night. You know what I mean? So it's like when you call your mom to help you, and your mom
you need that support.
Yeah, exactly. And experience. Like, I need an older woman at least to help me to see the signs of what a baby needs. Or
You poor thing. That's hard to go through.
Oh my goodness, yes, it was. And the only reason why I can talk about it now is because it took me 5 years to heal that trauma of being so alone and lonely within a marriage to a guy that I barely even know, a mother who never wanted to help and be there, or be a grandmother, or just help you, or just spend time with you, or just come over and cook a meal, like something simple. And just because I wasn't going to the meetings, you're going to say that you can't come over here and help me or whatever. And then she would always like make it seem like, oh, this is the last time that I can come here. Let me take as many pictures as I can. Like, so overly dramatic about everything and so like narcissistic that I was just so disgusted. And I was just like, you know what? I'm going to leave. I'm going to move. Because once I got pregnant with the third baby, I was so devastated. And I was so sad and angry at myself. Like, how could I let this happen a third time? Because I already know how they're going to feel. I already know that my family is going to look at me like, oh my God, what, you can't keep your legs closed or something? And like, you feel embarrassed. Like, that's how I felt. And it was a lot of negative emotions towards this pregnancy that I was literally contemplating on having an abortion, even though I knew an abortion was wrong. But that's how deep the judgment was from the family, because I was like, I don't think I can have this third kid. Like, what are they gonna say? You know what I mean? And I'm so thankful that I kept the baby, and I just decided, let's just move away. Let's just leave everything behind and let's just start brand new. So I was pregnant with the third one, had a 4-month-old baby, and we just we threw ourselves in the car and we drove to Florida in the middle of the night and we moved away. And that was the first time that we left. Since then, I've had to go, up and down all over again, because I've been married to this guy for 10 years now. Like, I'm only 27 years old and we've been married for 10 freaking years. But throughout those years, there has been so many problems that every single time I had a problem and I would call my mom, like asking for like marital advice or whatever, which is like the worst person to call, because I'm like, who else can I call? But that's the only person that I have. But
or they say leave it in Jehovah's hands. That's another frustrating thing. Like, that's a non-answer to my question or my solution.
Oh my goodness.
To my problem. Isn't that another one that ticks you off?
Yeah, thank God she never told me that. But you know what she did? She did something worse.
No.
She would always tell me to leave him. She would always tell me to just leave everything behind. If it's not working out, just leave. There was never advice to reconcile. There was never advice to keep the marriage. They always had their own opinions and projected that to me, like, oh, you should leave him because he was disfellowshipped. And now I realize that that's the reason why they always wanted me to get away from him, is because he never got reinstated. So whenever we had an issue, they would always just look at me like, oh, well, you should expect this because he's disfellowshipped. Like, he's a bad guy just because he's disfellowshipped. So, it was a rocky 10 years, but then I woke up, now that I'm like 25, 26, 27, I kind of woke up to the fact that they're never going to help me. They're always going to want me to do whatever they want to do. And I need to stop asking other people on what to do in my own life and to take control of my own life, own family, own marriage, and do what I need to do to like what's best for me. Because these people were always telling me to do anything, like do everything. And I would be the one alone at
That
the
paid
end.
the price.
You know, like it exactly. Yep.
You follow their counsel and you fall because of their poor counsel, and that's what's going to happen to the Jehovah's Witnesses. I predict that, and this is just me. I'm probably wrong, but I think that the governing body, when times get really hard and something like, say, World War III happens, because we are on the brink of it. Say that does happen. I picture Watchtower commanding the witnesses to go to FEMA camps, which are basically concentration camps. They're all throughout the world, but they're all throughout the U.S., and they run them through train tracks. And I see them giving them that direction. If they're already telling them to take the vaccine, I can see them telling them to go to FEMA camps, and they will be persecuted there. We'll see what happens. That's just my speculation. Don't cash the check, but they give bad advice is my point, really.
Yeah, and I couldn't afford to do that anymore because I was the one getting burned out. I was the one always doing all of the work. I was the one getting disrespected left and right because I don't know, like it didn't matter that I was married. It didn't matter that I was finally an adult. None of those things mattered. They still treated you like a child, and they still disrespect you, and they still gonna do what they want behind your back, and they're not gonna respect your parental rights because I would tell her I don't want my kids watching Caleb and Sophia, and I don't want them watching the broadcasting. And I didn't have a choice. I had to go to work. So if I had to go to work, that was a good 6-8 hours of my kids being indoctrinated because of her. And she would not respect my wishes. And that was another decision that I had to make once again to be like, you know what? I'm going to have to reconcile. I'm going to have to do, I got to do what I got to do to protect my kids from this cult. Because I already know my mother. I already know what she's going to do. And I refuse to let her do to my kids what she did to me. And I tell her that all the time. And so that was the second time that I moved back to Florida. So now I am in Florida and I am here to stay because I started going to church and stuff like that. And so she finally shunned me for good about 8-9 months ago. And this is the most recent stuff that's been happening to me, because recently she broke her 8-month shunning streak on me, and she texted me because of the earthquake that happened to you guys up there.
No kidding.
I think it was. Yeah.
Now, did she try to ask you to come back to Jehovah?
Well, she is so narcissistic that she said in that message, she didn't even say hello. She didn't even greet me, nothing. She didn't even ask me how I was doing. Like, she hasn't even called or texted me in the past almost a year, right? She doesn't even know if I'm dead or alive, but she texted me, and the first thing that she says was, in case you are wondering, we just had an earthquake in New York, and we are doing okay. And that's literally all she said in the first message. Oh my God, I can't. I got so upset that the only thing I can do is laugh about it because I was so pissed. I was so angry that I had to call her because I was like, I can't even get my thoughts across the way that I want to in text message. That's how angry I was. So I called her and I let loose. I was screaming. I was yelling. I started crying because I was just so angry that you would assume that I'm wondering about you. And for the past 8 months, you haven't called me or texted me to see if I'm even alive. And you think that I'm going to be sitting around in my living room thinking about what's happening in New York or thinking about what's happening to you? Like, how selfish do you got to be when you know damn well that I'm over here in Florida all by myself, taking care of 3 kids by myself? I homeschool my kids. Like she knows what I'm going through. She knows my situation. They're not stupid. Like, I was listening to your conversation earlier with talking about that they are just misled, or they're just like we have to be nice to them or whatever. But you know what? I am done with that. I don't give them the benefit of the doubt anymore. I know that they straight up lie, that they are straight up narcissists, and I'm no longer going to be nice to them. Like, I know that she knows, and a lot of other Jehovah's Witnesses, they know what they do and what they don't do, and they don't practice what they preach. But then when something bad happens, all of a sudden, now we can talk to each other. Or if the governing body says you could say hello to me now, you're going to say hello to me now? Absolutely not. Do not even bother saying hello to me just because your organization allows you to. Like, I'm done with that.
When it comes to the witnesses, I'm kind to them, but the thing is they don't think I'm kind to them. But here's the problem: I'm brutally honest to them, and the truth hurts. So if I'm brutally telling the truth to these people, and it bothers their conscience because in just how indoctrinated they are, they see it as an attack, but it's not an attack. In fact, the witnesses are attacking, and I'm not out of line to say that the Jehovah's Witnesses organization is protecting pedophiles or covering up child sex abuse, because that's exactly what's happening. It just is. I think what happened with the governing body is that I don't think they're in on it. I don't know. Maybe there are some perverts. Who knows? But I don't think that's the case. I think that they don't know how to handle it, so they just cover it up. And that's all. And I'm just going to read a couple comments before we keep going. Fixing My Faith says, let's see here, the 2 years, it takes 2 years to get baptized because that is how long it takes an average person to get indoctrinated. GG for GB says, talking about you, says she is describing spiritual adultery. I'm not quite sure what part of the conversation that is, but I'm sure it fits. And yeah, that's it there. But I thought I would add that to you, hon.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I was talking about like we never left Jehovah.
Oh, that's why. Yep. And it's true, and they're accusing you of something you're not guilty of too.
Yeah, and that's the only reason why she stopped talking to me, because she was like, I cannot condone you going to a new church because you know that's false religion. And I said, well, that's your opinion, because did you go to the church and ask them questions? Did you ask them what they believe in, or what their interpretation of the Bible is, or their doctrines or whatever, their traditions? No, you didn't go there and ask them questions. I'm going over there and I'm asking questions. At least I'm asking. Like, I'm not gonna, get baptized tomorrow, but at least I'm asking questions. And I had to overcome so much religious trauma to even get there. But she don't care. They don't care about what we go through. They don't care about our emotional or our mental state if it doesn't have to do with going to meetings or, following Watchtower stuff. They don't care at all. So I'm like, look, I'm not going to waste my time talking to you or explaining to you things when you don't even care to see if I'm doing good or what I'm up to. Like, they only care about themselves, and they're selfish. And, that's just like you said, being brutally honest. I'm not going to sweep anything under the rug anymore. I'm not going to take disrespect anymore. I'm going to tell you what you're doing is wrong, how you're talking to me is offensive, and I'm not going to let it slide until you apologize for your actions and for your words. Then I will be able to continue communication with you, but you're not going to continue and pop right back into my life just because of an earthquake and say something as dumb as what you said, as if I'm thinking about you. Like, ain't nobody thinking about you. Everybody here is literally surviving. We are trying to survive in this world that we weren't trained to survive.
That was supposed to break down 100 years ago, or in 75 and 1914 and whatever other years.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's such a sham, and I can't believe that, unfortunately they are still stuck in it, because I think, like, a lot of people feel guilty. They feel guilty about something they did in their life, or they have a hold, like the cult has something on them, and that's why they stay in there. And they believe that they're gonna get Jehovah's gonna forgive them as long as they do whatever the organization says. And I'm like, I follow Jesus Christ. Jesus. Right. I do not follow the governing body. I do not follow the organization, nothing. And then she tells me, she said, I know that the Jehovah's Witnesses are probably in your territory. You should talk to them. And I said, you know what? I do talk to them. I'm so happy that this elder came to my door to invite me to the memorial, and he's been coming ever since, because I'm going to tell this guy everything that you've been doing to me, because if you're a real Jehovah's Witness, you would have not done those things that you did to me. You are not Christian at all. And I'm learning how to be a Christian now. And what I'm finding out is that it is not easy to be a Christian. It's very hard to be a Christian, to follow Jesus. It's not easy.
You're hated when you follow the closer you follow Jesus.
Yeah.
Even the witnesses reject Jesus. They reject him through the memorial service by not partaking. They reject him by following the governing body, like you said, over Jesus' teachings. Jesus never taught the disfellowship. Somehow they say he did. I had people on Quora telling me that yes, Jesus shunned Judas, but actually he didn't, and I knew that. But I got also help from Scott on Six Screens, the Bible scholar, and he made the point, and he's right, that Jesus actually washed the feet of Judas, knowing that he was going to betray him. If that ain't the most utmost act of humility and respect or love for your enemy, and witnesses can't even kind of come close to that. Wash our feet. They want us dead, like Anthony Morris when he blows out the match. By the way, when I laugh, it's a nervous laugh. I do it to, I don't know, lighten the mood, but I also do it just because I'm nervous.
Sometimes I do that too, but
my aunt laughs at funerals. It's bad. I'm like, Aunt Maria, stop. Don't laugh at stop laughing right now. She's like, I'm so nervous. I'm like, stop.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's what I've been telling this elder that comes almost every Saturday. He didn't come today, even though I was expecting him.
Mm-hmm.
The last few Saturdays, he's been coming.
He just showed up.
And I was kind of scared. Yeah, I was kind of scared that I probably spoke too much and that he probably wouldn't come back anymore, because I told him I don't respect or follow the governing body. They're false prophets, yada yada. I went in.
Wow.
And he didn't say anything. He just stood quiet, and they were just watching me. And then they left, and I was like, oh damn, I think they're gonna call me an apostate.
My wife and I tried to get reinstated, and I had 4 reinstatement letters. Desiree had 5, and Desiree finally got reinstated. And the elders said that and I told this story before, so sorry for anybody that has heard it already. But the elders said, do not tell anybody, and until the announcement. And it's going to be announced at 2 different Kingdom Halls because we moved. So there were 6 elders involved. And Desiree got a phone call from her family, and she never told her parents what happened. And we both have post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and we both have mental issues from all of this. Not like mental issues like you think, but anytime our parents call us, we know that somebody died. So that causes a mental illness, you know, because it's like, oh, fuck, who died now? And so my wife is freaking out because the phone call was made from the mother, and the father's always the one to call. So she's thinking my dad's dead because he's obese and he has heart problems. So she's thinking he had a heart attack. So she ignores the call because she can't face it. And she knows that her parents don't know that she's reinstated. So she leaves this text message, and it's long, and it talks about how broken she is and that she can't handle life anymore. And she just can't handle like who died. And she said that I love Jehovah, but Jehovah's not happy with the governing body. So my mother-in-law and father-in-law pasted and sent that text message to the elders, and they kept her from getting reinstated. And it was like the ultimate betrayal from like a family member. It put my wife in the state of depression that she can't get out of, and it's really hard to know that your family would keep you from being with each other, and she didn't do anything wrong. And what happened is an elder, and I know who it was, this son of a bitch, Mark Anter, told because he keeps in contact with my in-laws, and he on the Riverside or the Rhode Island part of the elders told my mother-in-law in Florida what happened, that she was getting reinstated. So then she called and it caused this whole thing to happen. And all of this could have been avoided if everybody did as what they were told, you know. But it shows the power and control they have over the minds of our families, that they would rat out my wife, and she didn't do, like, what's the sin? If it's to keep the congregation clean, what did my wife do that was so dirty? Isn't it disgusting? It's a betrayal that she can't get over, and I wouldn't either. Like we used to say whose parents were shittier, and I'd be like mine, but now I'm like, nope, yours. And she agrees. It's just like, what the f.
So how about now? Whatever happened to you guys as of now?
We gave up. We were just trying to be PMOs and get our families back, but it's not even worth it. So we'll let it go. We don't have the strength to even fake it anymore. And you probably have to make physical meetings now that Zoom is not a thing. The reason why I didn't get reinstated was during the pandemic. I put my letter of reinstatement in. They said, we're not reinstating at this time. And I'm like, what do you mean? And they're like, because of the pandemic, we can't meet anywhere. And I'm like, well, let's meet at a Dunkin' Donuts and wear masks. And he's like, no, we can't do that. And I'm like, do you mean to tell me? I asked him, if someone commits a crime right now, a sin, do you disfellowship them? And he said, yeah. And I said, then you're not reinstating? I'm like, I am so pissed at you for this. And then they called me abusive speech, and they said I'm not going to get reinstated and that I have to repent. And then I'm like, fuck this, because I'm just like, I'm faking it as it is, and I just want my family back. So this is totally not worth it. But my wife kept going, and she tried, and then it failed in the end anyways when she said that to her mother. And she got really close to coming back, but it's not like it's worth it. And you know what? Her mother's so mentally ill and our parents are so abusive that it's just better off that we're not around them. And it's a sad, unfortunate circumstance.
Yeah. That's why I literally had to just let that go. Like, stop fighting for this relationship when you already know, like, it's gonna be toxic. They don't understand you. Like, there's nothing in common between us. So it's like, what are we gonna talk about? Like, it's just not gonna work. I literally had to. I know that this is gonna sound bad, but I hope you can understand where I'm coming from. But I just had to, like, figuratively kill my mom in my head. Like, I just had to make believe that I don't have a mom. She's dead. Like, that person is just not there emotionally or mentally or anything. And so I just had to, like, I just have to kill them all. Like if they just don't exist, because they're not even talking to me. They're not helping me. Like they're not gonna contribute anything to what I'm doing in my life, or what, my goals, or what I want my future to be. So it's like, why am I fighting for something it's not worth it? Like, yeah, just like what you said, it's just not worth it.
Yeah, I agree. It's more than not worth it. It's do you choose to have toxicity in your life, and how are you going to handle it? How is it going to affect your life from being around toxic people? I gave my parents every fair shot and tried to work it out with them. My mother is obsessed with forgiveness, and because she's always offending me and always she conspired to break up my marriage. She hates my wife. She always has. My mother is an extrovert. She's a ESFJ personality type, a Myers-Briggs. Very shallow person. Obsessed with like being around people and socializing. And she doesn't like introverted people who are quiet. And she married one. My dad's an introvert. I'm an extrovert, but I'm a different kind of extrovert because I'm like 70. My test came back 70% extrovert, not like 80 or 90. So I have a little bit of my father in me, and I am reserved at times. There are times where I want to detach and just be alone in my thoughts and think about things. Um, it doesn't give me energy, but it gives me peace of mind. What gives me energy is this right now, talking to people and experiencing their experiences, like, or feeling their experiences, and your experience and everybody's experiences, JP's, and it's so refreshing to know that we're not alone, right? That we're all have pain, and we have so many channels and different ways to express that.
Yeah, because I rather be alone and peace, doing what I want to do, going to church, living my life the way I want to live it, but I have peace. I rather be alone and be peaceful than to be with all of these Jehovah's Witnesses who really don't care about you if you're not doing what they're doing. They are so selfish. They only think about themselves, and everything that we've talked about. I rather be alone and happy than fight for a relationship like that. And so that's when I just said, I'm gonna stay in Florida. I'm in Tampa now. I go to this local church that I've been trying to look for, who has the truth, or so something close to what Jesus started 2,000 years ago. And I started going to this Orthodox church, and I love it. And I go every Sunday. They have like a Bible study on Wednesdays, and I go to that. And I've been able to ask so many questions, and they added me to like their Discord. And it's literally opened up a whole new community of people that are willing to talk to me and be patient enough to explain things, knowing that I come from a high controlling cult. And I tell them all the time, like, I'm here to learn. Like, I literally just want to know everything. I want to learn as much as I can, because this is how I want to live my life. I just want to learn how to do it the right way. And have like a church life, and have a tradition, or have something, like
community
or something.
It's community, right?
That too, because I feel like I
To
can't
belong. It's like that Lincoln Park somewhere. I want somewhere where I belong.
Yes, exactly. And with other families that raise their kids the same way I do, because I homeschool them specifically for the reason that I don't want
for
them
you.
garbage. And yeah, like what they're doing to kids nowadays, and this whole
Nowadays, I could, if I had children, there's no goddamn way I would send them to school. No offense to anybody that does, but public school, there's no way. It's changed, and it's all about identity politics. I can't do that. I wouldn't be able to do that. I know I don't have children, but if I did, there's no way.
Exactly. I didn't want to say it, so thank you for saying it, because I do not want my kids learning that bull crap in school. and you know,
Their children, they should not be knowing about sex, whether it's gay or heterosexual, not at a certain age, you know. Maybe teenagers, yes, that's fine and acceptable, but no, we're talking about 6 and 8 year olds. No way. Nope. Nope. And in Florida, the state that you live in, Ron DeSantis has attacked Disney, and I'm very happy that they did. And and it's not a don't say gay bill. That's not the agenda. That's not the bill. It's just that they can't 6 and 8 year olds can't be taught about sex and stuff like that. And I think that's very fair.
Yes, yeah. You know what? In 2018, I became politically active, and finally stopped becoming I finally stopped being neutral. And as soon as I got into the political world, and I was learning all of this stuff that I didn't know.
Who did you follow? Who did you follow that helped you wake you up? Or was it multiple things?
Oh yeah, it was a lot because I was on Twitter, so Twitter was really.
And then alternative news media, stuff like that.
Yeah, so I stopped watching mainstream news and stuff like that, and then I was into
no more CNN.
Yep, exactly. Once I got away from that and I started talking to real people on Twitter, and it was a lot of extra as well. And even though I respected their views and whatever, just like you said earlier, they are left leaning, they are atheists. So as soon as I came out of the closet that I was a Christian and that I was conservative, they kind of soft shunned me from the community on Twitter. And you know what? Surprisingly, the only person who really talked to me and kind of was put me under their wing, like, hey, you're not the only right wing XJW. I'm here too. It was Jimmy Bell. He used to text me on Twitter, and that's how I met Jimmy. And I was like, thank you so much for letting me know that there are other Jehovah's Witnesses who are political, who not afraid to give their opinions and to have right wing and stuff like that, because they were really killing me on Twitter. Like I was getting canceled.
I got permanently banned from Reddit because on the XJW community channel, they put up a post on JWs, and there was an article about abortion, and they were knocking it. And I said in my comment section, well, a broken clock is right twice a day, and insinuating that abortion is evil. And I end up saying that it was child sacrifice, and I pissed off a lot of people, and they saw it as abuse or whatever, verbal abuse. And I got banned permanently from Reddit, and I don't care.
Wow.
But everybody else got to have their opinion and say how brave it was. And I'm like, why can't I have my opinion and say it's child sacrifice? Because I truly believe that, and I don't care if it's a political statement. I really do believe that it's a sin. The only way that it's not a sin is if it's in protection of the mother because something's gone wrong, or if the child's going to be really severely retarded, or rape, certain things. But to have sex with someone and then just be like, "Oops, I didn't mean to do that," and then I that's how I personally feel. And maybe I have the wrong maybe I'm wrong with my radical opinion, but still it's my opinion, and it shows that there's not free speech on platforms.
Right, exactly. So when I started coming out with those same exact views that you've just described, everybody was literally canceling me on Twitter and stuff like that.
Wow.
And Bill was the only person who kind of reached out to me, and thank God for him doing that, because I really felt like wrong for having these types of views or voting for Trump and stuff like that. And I'm like, why are you guys making me feel bad for finally having an opinion and voting and registering to vote and stuff? We're supposed to respect each other's views, even outside of the cults. And unfortunately, they are still in that mindset of shunning or soft shunning or censoring when you don't follow the mainstream viewpoints. So I kind of just steered away from that. But as soon as I did start voting and stuff like that, that's when I voted for DeSantis. I voted for Trump and stuff like that.
Good for you.
became more and more comfortable. Yeah, I became more and more comfortable with like being more outspoken about my views, especially because I'm an ex-Jehovah's Witness, and we should be talking more about this kind of stuff. That's why I put in like my bio on YouTube. I'm like, I am one of the very few voices that are on YouTube and are on Twitter that are right wing, that are conservative Christians, and that are also speaking in the XJW community. But there's not that many of us. So, you have a friend in me if you feel the same way, and if you don't, I'm willing to discuss and have debates and stuff like that, because
Sure.
even though we make mistakes and stuff like that, we should still be able to communicate and talk to each other about these things, and not just shun each other whenever we have a different viewpoint, like
Exactly. Just because we disagree. Good night, Fixing My Faith. Thank you for coming on the program. And he says good night to you, Ruby. That's Vern and Shauna. But I totally agree with you, hon. I don't identify as a conservative, but I lean that way. I just don't like being identified as a religious group or a political party. I am who I am, like Popeye. Because the conservatives don't like marijuana, and I do. I'm for having medical marijuana throughout the country. There's things I don't agree about with conservatives. Can be pussies. They need to stand up for what they believe in. They can be sellouts, like Nikki Haley. I'm not completely happy with conservatives, and you know what? I didn't trust Trump on his first presidency, but at the end of it, when Biden came in, I thought Trump maybe was like going to cause division and had a purpose in this all, and that he was going to divide Americans, but that's not the case. The powers to be, the shadow governments, they're the ones causing the division. I actually think Donald Trump is an imperfect man who is trying really hard to do what's right for the country, for our country, America. And Biden's a complete sellout to China and to everything else. And I'm sorry, I'm getting political, everybody. But if you vote for Joe Biden right now, you are an idiot. Your person is bought into propaganda. I'm not trying to insult, but this guy can't even function a sentence. And I'm sorry, I'm getting political. I got to stop. But I can tie it into Jehovah's Witnesses, because if you blindly just follow the governing body, because they're old farts just like Joe Biden, right? These guys, they don't go out in service. They don't do anything. They're probably in a nursing home in Bethel, right? Samuel Hurd's like 89 years old.
Yep. No, yeah, you're totally right. That's exactly how I identified the Jehovah's Witness cult and politics, because I'm like, they are doing the exact same thing that the government is doing, and they're trying to censor whoever disagrees that they are mentally ill or something's wrong with them, and the government does the same exact thing, and they try to censor you, and they call you a racist, or they name call you or whatever, and it's just a discredit because they don't want you talking about your ideas. So that's how I totally identified everything, and I kind of just said, all right, you know what? I'm just going to do me. I'm going to do what's best for me. And I said, I got to take my kids out of school. I have to raise them, and I have to teach them myself, and I have to teach them to love their country and to be American and to love
a patriot.
And that's your exactly. So I am raising 3 patriots, because I said, listen, even though I was a Jehovah's Witness, I wasn't American. Like, they really take your identity.
I wasn't either. And you know what? I was anti-American, because that's how we were taught, hon. Don't salute the flag, don't be a patriot. Don't, this system's going to destroy this government. Don't even get involved with it. But this country was a really good country, and we should have taken every advantage of it, of what it had to offer, yes, it's corrupt and it had its problems, right. but compared to other countries, we see what's happening with the migrants the illegal migrants coming over the border. We're getting uncivilized people coming over here and destroying our civilization.
Yep. Yeah. Listen, I can't even believe it. But that's exactly what I used to tell myself. I used to be like, listen, You gotta do what's best for you and your family, and I am not going to let these public schools ruin that for them. So I took them out, and I am literally raising them like just how I wanted to be raised. That's like I'm doing it for them. So I changed
without the alphabet mafia.
Really, yeah. Yeah, exactly right. So that's literally what I'm doing, and people hate that, unfortunately.
You and I, even if I don't consider myself a Republican, like we're both Christian, so it's like all our values kind of line up, regardless, because it's just that I don't know, like to be godless gets you nowhere, and you're really empty and shallow in your life. I know a lot of people who just don't believe in God at all, and they live as drunkards or drug addicts, and they just are constantly escaping, and that's no way to live,
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm trying to do, and it's also good for us too. Even though we're adults, I kind of feel like I'm nurturing that for myself as a child as well, because I'm like, I didn't get to do this, but I'm doing it now, and I'm learning how to be a real American now, and I'm learning how to learning how to get political or join a protest or use your voice for good, because that's exactly what I'm doing with the Jehovah's Witness stuff. I started a YouTube channel, and if I'm gonna expose Watchtower, I want to expose the government too, or whoever needs to be exposed. I'm gonna do it. Like, we are no longer quiet. We are no longer silent. We can expose and do things because now we actually have the mental freedom to do it. So I'm not gonna stay quiet on anything. I'm gonna expose everybody.
Sure. You know what I do? That's something that's unheard of, or what I have that's unheard of as a Jehovah's Witness. I let go of the demonization of guns, and I have a firearm to protect my wife and I, just in case, just a little 38. But like that, you can't have that as a Jehovah's Witness, and that's bad. But like, I guess that's the Republican part of me, protecting myself. It stays in my home, and it's there just in case. But
that's good.
The witnesses just teach that, oh, hey, the angels are protecting you. And then where were the angels protecting the two women who got tortured and murdered because they went to El Chapo's house in Mexico, a cartel member, a guy high up in the cartel. They tortured the women and killed them. I mean, where were the angels to protect them?
Yeah.
And so that's all I'm getting at, is that, we as men, we're protectors, and we do what we have to do to protect our family and our wives and our kids, and so do the you women and your mothers. I've heard stories of mothers picking cars up to save their children through an accident, from the rush of testosterone or adrenaline, I should say. But we all have that nurturing part in our souls, and that protection as well. I think the women have the nurturing part more, and we're the more of the protectors, the men. But we both have we both add to protect our loved ones, and Watchtower is failing at that, and we need to pick up where they fall down.
Oh yeah, because they're breeding you to become like a pacifist and to just follow whatever they
Sure.
say.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right,
Yeah.
right to death. Yep, and I'm like,
That's
no,
a great point.
I'm not gonna take no. Yeah, and that's how my mother raised me too. Oh, to just do, be a people pleaser or be a pacifist and just do whatever everybody else is doing. And I'm like, no. And that's why you got the 5th booster, and I didn't get vaccinated at all, because you're watching the TV all day and you're scared of something that has a 99.9% survival rate, and you got 5 shots. Like, what are you doing?
Right.
And I'm like, you see, I'm not gonna let a cult or the government make me do something or put something in my body. Whatever happened to my body, my choice. Like,
Right.
don't even make
You
sense.
can throw it right back at them.
Hello. I heard Rick, I think some of the shows are being canceled because we were talking about this situation with the medicine. And I think we shouldn't talk about it because YouTube, they cancel out the shows. So
Okay, thanks for your input.
you ruin.
Okay, good to know. Anyways, thanks, Grace.
Oh man.
Just take that with a grain of salt. It's my show.
You can talk about it, but you just have to censor yourself.
You can listen. She doesn't know what she's talking about because you can talk about it. What you can't talk about is the origins of the vaccines, stuff like that. So whatever.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
Yeah. I've already talked to Rick about certain things that we can and can't talk about. So I'm pretty comfortable with it. I try not to get too political, but I know that I can, and he doesn't mind. And this is late hour, like adult hour, so we can kind of get away with more what we talk about. I mean, heck, Dick, Borgie, and Constance talked about sex, and in the Watchtower, and how they like the elders are on it and everything can control your bedroom. And it was a really important topic, but it was just controversial and a little uncomfortable at times, but very, very necessary. And I thought it was an incredible, really good show because, I've certainly had the elders get involved in my bedroom and told them where to go. And they didn't like my response.
Oh man. Well, it was really great talking to you, but
Yeah, you too, Ruby. Don't be a stranger. Anytime you want to hang out on Six Screens, you're welcome.
yeah, it was a lot of fun. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I'll check out your channel too.
All right, guys. Have a good night, everybody.
You too. God bless. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Well, isn't that great, everybody? It was good to hear from Ruby. I don't know her, but, I do now, but I'm sure a lot of you on the chat know her. Let's see. Let's read some comments. The left versus right propaganda. What is it? Sorry, I gotta get closer to my phone. The left versus right paradigm. I think you messed up. The riff. I'm gonna call it the left versus right propaganda. Oh shit. Is such a distraction. I wish people would see that. It is a distraction. I'll tell you, it's not just a distraction. It's a propaganda to cause civil war. It's the left versus the right. There's hatred now between us. There's hatred between black and white. There's hatred between whites. There's hatred between religious groups. We have civil war coming if we're not careful. There's a lot of disagreement that's happening. Let's see, one more comment. GG for GB knows what I'm talking about. He watched Mike. I don't know. Anyways, is someone on the phone? I heard somebody talking.
Yeah, I was just wanted to ask you something.
Sure.
Your name's Eric, right? It's Eric, right?
Yeah. What's your name, buddy? My name's Eric.
This is Brian.
Hey, Brian.
This is Brian. I wanted to ask you. A question about some that just came up. I know back during COVID, there were some pretty controversial shows on Rick's show on the Six Screens, and some of the episodes had to be taken down, and Rick got some warnings. Now, is that still the same? There's still like you can't. Are they still as strict? Is YouTube still as strict about all that?
I know you can't talk. I know you can't talk about the origins of COVID.
You can't talk about it at all, or is there a specific?
The origin, where it came from.
Okay.
So let me try to say this without getting in trouble. There are conspiracy theorists that are probably lying and saying that it came out of a lab in Wuhan. Those people are wrong, and we should not talk about that because that's uncontroversial. I don't support that, even though maybe, yeah. So anyways, that doesn't mean exactly that I feel that way, but we cannot talk about that. So that's what I'm specifically talking about, and I hope I didn't get in trouble just for saying that.
Yeah,
but that totally did not happen. And
No, I was just wondering if those things were still.
Don't talk about the origins. No, it just completely spontaneously happened. Right, YouTube. Yeah, I agree. But anyways, you see my facetiousness.
Was Kurt on the show tonight? Kurt from.
I have not heard from Kurt in several months, and the last time I heard from Kurt, he was on Larry John Wayne's show and he was bashing me. So I don't think he's going to come on my show knowing that I know that he has a problem with me.
Oh, okay.
Which is a shame because I didn't have a problem with Kurt. I don't know why he feels the way he does, but hey, to each their own. It's a free country. You can feel the way you want. I don't care. But yeah, I haven't heard from Kurt. I haven't even seen him on any Six Screens platform.
I just wondered if he
was on some late night show. Maybe, I don't know, maybe, can it be 3 weeks ago, or I don't remember really. I heard Kurt and he was here talking just a little while.
All right, so he called in a little bit ago.
No, actually, I had an ulterior motive in asking because if I knew that he was still up, I was going to give him a call.
No idea.
Pretty good friends. What he's
It's 2 a.m. where he lives because he's in Virginia. Is that right? Or maybe I'm wrong. But I thought he's in the southern part where I live.
It's 3 in the morning there.
Oh, it's 3. Oh, so he's in the East Coast, right? Because I'm central. Sorry.
Kurt stays up all night most of the time, but I still don't want to.
I do too. That's why I'm still here.
Yeah, well, I won't speak for him. He's given me his opinion of anybody that's on Six Screens. He tells me what he thinks. So, but I won't speak out of turn with him around.
I'm afraid now.
What's that?
It's okay.
I said, "Ooh,
it's all
I'm
good.
afraid now. I'm afraid now."
Nah, I'm not afraid. It's just Kurt.
He said, "Yeah, no. I'm just saying. I'm not going to disclose what he says to."
Yeah, sure. Between two men.
Because those were private conversations. I'll let him do
that.
Yeah,
honor.
But anyway, and that's where I was just wondering if he called in late, because I just tuned in a little while ago, and sometimes he's on and sometimes he's not. And I had told him earlier today I was going to give him a call tonight, and then I got tied up. But anyway, yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's okay to talk about politics at night, and it's sort of amazing to me when we think about what's coming up, like when this election happens, irrespective of who wins, and it's looking pretty bad for the Democrats right now. They've really got.
They're going to have to cheat.
Their boat.
They're going to have to either find Trump some kind of something to put him in prison, and disqualify him, or they're just going to cheat like hell, because nobody likes Biden, really. Not even the Democrats like Biden. This is a fact. There's some people that still like him that are blind, but most people. I mean, like most people know that he's fallen apart.
Yeah.
He's not a strong leader. He's a mess.
Partisan. If you're a complete partisan Democrat, then yeah, I mean you will.
Yeah, you're just going to vote regardless.
Yeah, I watched a really interesting interview with what's the name of that? He's a kind of a young Jewish guy in Florida. He was interviewing Robert Kennedy Jr. The other day, and he was pointing out. Kennedy was saying that right now, the center of the electorate, there's a higher percentage of independents than, I think he said there's 30 or 27% in both parties, Republican, Democrat, that are hardcore actual Democrats or Republicans, and the center is made up of the rest. In other words, about 40-some percent, 46% are what you might call centrists, soft Republicans or soft Democrats. So they're in the center, they're virtual independents. In other words, they will sometimes vote for the other party. So it's a pretty, he's claiming that he thinks he's going to get on all the ballot on all 50 states. I don't think he can beat Trump, but I actually like him. I actually like some of the stuff that he says.
Who?
I mean, his dad and his uncle would be appalled at how far the
who are you talking about?
Party has gone. I'm talking about Robert Kennedy Jr. right now.
Oh yeah. To be honest with you, I have mad respect for JFK. I think because you know why? When he got murdered, the speech that he gave was calling out secret societies. So I think they said, "Oh, we effed up and we got the wrong guy. We thought he was going to be on board because of his dad being a part of our secret society, and they murdered him for it." I truly believe that, and that's why I talked about conspiracy theories tonight, because JFK is a conspiracy theory. Come on, we all know Oswald didn't do it. Come on, don't insult our intelligence. The guy got shot, what, 3 or 4 times, 2, 3, 4 times, and it was with a rifle where you had to. It was an old school 60s or 60s rifle, and you had to. It was bolt action, and you had to. It was clunky, and the way you pulled the pin back was awkward. And there's no way they could have shot the man that many times with one rifle.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I don't know enough about it to say anything other than it's. There's been enough smoke and mirrors to confuse people. But at any rate, what I was getting at was about his nephew. He's a pretty neat guy. I like him. He does claim, I've heard, I've never seen the interview, but my son was telling me that he claims to have been abducted by aliens at one point, which puts him a little bit far out there. But when it comes to the way he describes his vision for America, I really like what he says. It would be, and like I say, his dad and his uncle would not be comfortable in today's Democratic Party. I'm sure of that. So this is going to be one hell of an interesting election to observe. And,
yeah, for sure. You know what? I don't want to get too political, but if we can just change the tide a little bit, but show the similarities between the Democrat Party and Jehovah's Witnesses, because they both blindly obey the information or the product that they consume it and they believe in it no matter what they're told. It's blind faith, you know. And the witnesses really seem to just blindly believe in what they're told. And the reason why I'm changing the subject a little bit is because some people in the comment section wanted to flee politically a little bit, and I'm okay with that, you know.
Hey, I wanted to correct myself. The last time I heard Kurt on the show was 10th March 2024. So it was not. It was a bit more than 3 weeks.
Can you say that again? The last time that you what was I didn't get all of it. Go ahead.
Yes. The last time I heard Kurt on the show was
Kurt.
March of 2024. So I wanted to correct myself. Have you heard him since then?
March. So about a month ago.
Well, yeah. If most of the people listening aren't interested in politics, that's quite common. A lot of people.
Well, one guy said that he all week at work they were talking about politics. Can we talk about something else? I'm like, yeah, fair enough. You know, not that he was against, and I know this guy. He's not against politics. It's just he's probably burned out on it, and I'm sure, dude. You know what? I've made political statements that got me fired from a job, basically, or caused so much tension in a workplace that got me either wanting to quit or both of us mutually wanting for me to leave. What had happened was Sandy Hook and back in 2000 and whatever, and that wasn't even the issue. There was another issue. There was a shooting, but Sandy Hook was a part of it, but I didn't really go into that too much to the owner. But the owner came up to me and another guy, and he said, "Oh, how do you feel about that shooting that happened? I don't know where it was, Detroit or wherever it was." And I said, "Which one?" And he told me, and I said, "Oh, I saw the video of that. It's fake." And he looked at me like I was a psychopath, and he's like, "What? What are you saying?" I said, "No, the whole thing was fake. You could see the guy shooting at the girl, and she's still running. She didn't fall down. So either he missed her or it didn't happen." And I'm like, and why was the camera guy pointing why didn't he shoot the camera guy? The camera guy shot the whole thing. I'm like, this is the fakest thing I've ever seen in my life. And I don't know, because of being real and just expressing myself and how I felt about it, it caused major division. I had no respect from the owner, and he gave me a hard time, and I didn't want to be a part of the company after that. And it taught me a valuable lesson to not talk about politics. Talk about politics in certain situations.
Was he an anti-gun guy?
I don't know his stance on guns. I have no idea. He just thought I was crazy to think that the government would put a fake video out. And I'm like, yeah, they would, because they want our guns. Because he asked me, why would they do that? I'm like, to come after our guns. They've been after our guns forever. In the state of Connecticut, the next state over from me where I lived, they demanded that all Connecticut citizens hand in their guns, and out of the whole entire state, only one guy did.
It's funny. It's funny. Democrats or liberals or whatever, they don't realize.
I'm not respecting some of the people that don't want to talk political. But how about I have you wrap it up politically right now? It's okay if you do it. Go ahead.
Well, no, this about guns.
Final comment. Go ahead. Yeah. I mean about that.
Okay, if guns are considered political, then that's all right.
Well, listen, I'm pro-gun. I own one, so go ahead.
Well, it's just that if the people are never going to, the people who are Second Amendment people are not going to give up their guns ever.
Mm-hmm.
They will go. They will go down shooting. They will go down. You know, and the fact of the matter is, people on the left don't realize how strongly gun owners feel about that, and they don't realize, like, they're armed. People are armed. I'm a Canadian, but I've got friends. I've got lots of friends in the U.S. Who are right wingers, and these guys, lots of them have got. Well, first of all, there's a statistic that there's approximately 3 guns for every person in the United States. So there's over 1 billion guns, and a lot of people don't and won't own guns. Many people have never even seen a gun, and they think that people who own guns are evil, which means that it's people on the right, mostly Republicans and some Democrats, but mostly Republicans and people who are independents who own guns, and they're not going to give them up. You'll never get them away. So it's part of American culture, and the people that believe that it's not only important but necessary for the citizenry to be armed are never going to give it up. And every time you try to tell them that that they should give them up, or there's some type of legislation by maybe a left-leaning state that tries to restrict gun ownership, it's proof to people on the right that they need to be even more concerned about that particular part of the Constitution.
I agree, my man. Thank you.
Yeah. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say about that particular subject.
Yeah.
And yes, it is political. It's also cultural as well, though.
It is cultural too. I'll take it off self-protection a little bit. And my father, being a Jehovah's Witness elder at one point, and stepped down, but he had a rifle, a hunting rifle, and I found it one day when I was like 14 years old, and I found it with my buddy. I don't know what drove us, but we were in the basement just looking around. I think it was because we were trying to build a fort and looking for materials to like nails and stuff just to build a tree fort in the backyard where there's woods. And we found my father's shotgun or rifle. I think, no, it was a shotgun because, the way the barrel kicked back. And I cocked it back, and there's no bullets in it, nothing. And I just thought it would be funny. I'm 14. I'm just a punk, and I thought it would be funny to go upstairs and tell my mother that I'm not doing the dishes tonight. And I pointed the gun at her. Oh man, I should not have done that. She freaked out, and not so much on me, but took it out on the gun, and it had a wooden stock, and she took a hatchet to it, and it was my dad's. It was an heirloom passed to him from his granddad. It was a hunting shotgun, and I feel bad to this day. I realize now, like when you hold say a shotgun or a pistol or any firearm, when you hold it, you never point it at someone. It's always down at the ground. And you have your finger not on the trigger or near the trigger, but on the side of it, for safety issues. But like I've learned that as an adult, but being a teenager, my poor father had to have that. He came home to his shotgun being chopped in half, but he salvaged it. She didn't completely butcher it.
Was your dad a hunter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but he gave it up. But he kept the shotgun as a memory because it was passed down by his dead dad. He died of cancer.
He gave it up because of like Watchtowerism, or
kind of, because like it was kind of looked down upon. And my dad, he was a good shot, but he couldn't butcher the deer. he passed out. He can't see blood. I had a really bad, I have a really bad scar on my arm from hitting barbed wire. I got caught up in it and it tore me up. And when my dad saw it, he passed out. And I'm just like, I don't know, I've seen blood so much in my life. Like I had a dude in auto body. Oh my God, this guy, he I don't know what made him do this, but we worked at a Highline auto body dealership as painters, and he was a little more skilled than me. He was really good, and I learned from him a little bit. But we were on a similar level. But man, I don't know why he did this. The car was dead, and he had to push it in, and he was pushing it in by the wheel, by the tire, and his hand slipped, and it caught into the caliper, and a Porsche caliber, and it fucking sliced his finger almost off. It was hanging, and I'm like, it took me a second. I was like, like I got sick almost for a second. I'm like, all right, I'm okay. And he's like, dude, I'm like, okay, you need to go to the hospital. And they sewed it back together, and he kept his finger, but it was hanging, man. It was like hanging by a thread. And I'm like, it was gross. And I can't imagine what the military have seen, you know. Fucking guts blowing out of people in Normandy. But yeah, I don't know, just a little side point. I can handle blood, but not my dad.
Well, no, the reason I asked about your dad was like around here, a lot of the guys around here who were witnesses were hunters. There's lots of guns.
Yeah, he can't gut a deer at all. But he's a hunter. He had our cousin-in-law was the one that butchered it. And so we would have venison steaks, and my dad would marinate it in Italian dressing for some reason. I guess it cut out the gaminess.
Did you like the taste of deer meat?
I did. I liked venison, and I liked one other thing he did. As you know, I know we're just bullshitting, but my dad he went on a fishing expedition with with our cousin-in-law and some other friends. I wasn't there. I was a kid, and it was an adult trip. And they went fishing for shark, and they caught a blue shark. It was a 220 pounder. And when they everything is on video, right? And they're cussing like sailors the whole time. They're drinking Coors Light. It's a good show. I'm watching this as a kid. I'm like, this is great. All in VHS, old school 90s, 80s, 90s. No, it was 90s. And the shark comes in, right? And they're pulling it up, and my dad's on the tail end. And they got it in, and the shark goes crazy when it's in the boat. It's just like flailing like a monkey, like just flailing. The tail's going crazy, and it hits my dad in the knee. My dad, like when he got hit, he has knee injuries till this day from that. Like it's gone. His knee is shot from that. When he got hit, all you hear is "Oh fuck, motherfuck!" Like. Just constant swearing from witnesses. And they showed it to other people, and they're like, oh, this video is rated R. Then they ended up editing it to where the swears were out of it so they could watch it. But yeah, I thought it was a cool experience for all of them regardless, but for my poor dad for getting messed up for life from that. The shark, apparently the tail is so strong that it did a number on him. He played basketball and got hurt again on that knee, and it was a very minor injury, and he ended up getting surgery on it, and they drilled a few spots in it, removed some fluid that had built up. But I don't know how we ended up talking about that. But just Jehovah's Witnesses kill joy and fun. They had to worry about the swearing. I mean, whatever. You caught a shark and the shark went nuts and a guy went down. Who wouldn't what? Who wouldn't swear?
Yeah, I'm not 100% certain that I got a feeling that in a way, I'm not sure if I can trust a man that doesn't swear.
Right. I feel the same way. It's like, be real. You know what it is? I think people think that swearing is abusive speech, and it's not abusive speech. Abusive speech, I'll tell you what abusive speech is. It's if someone was to say to me, Eric, you're a loser. You will never amount anything to life. You're a deadbeat piece of crap, and you're just a nobody. That's abusive speech, you know. Hitting your hand and saying fuck with a hammer, like hitting your hand with a hammer and saying fuck because like you're reacting to a pain or a situation. That's not abusive speech, you know.
Well, you know,
I mean, sure, you could swear and make it abusive speech, but
I don't usually use the F-bomb for when I hurt myself, but occasionally I do. But in a way, like in English, I mean, maybe we were going a little bit too far on this, but I can't help it.
No, it's okay.
The word, the F-bomb, the F word, most of the time when we use it, it doesn't have anything to do with sexual intercourse.
No, not usually. Even though that's what it means. Yeah.
It's usually for something else.
Yep.
When you stop and think of it, some of it, like my son was married to a woman in South America for a while, and down there, most of their curses are some type of religious curse. Like they'll blaspheme the Holy Ghost, and they'll say something about Jesus, and they'll say something about this and that and the other thing. Most of their curses, because it's a Roman Catholic country, are religious. Up here, most of our curses have to do with body parts and excrements and whatever. And it puzzled them down there when he would explain to them
which nationality puzzled them. I missed that.
In South America.
South America. Okay.
This is Peru I'm talking about, and
I actually visited for 1 month in Santiago, Chile, which isn't too far from Peru, like a neighboring country. And they don't understand fuck. Sorry, the F word. They don't understand. They don't understand why that is a bad word. They just don't get it.
And not only that, we don't, like I said, we don't really use it for.
Right.
I mean, we do use it to describe the sex act, but most of the time we're using it to describe something else. And it's so hilarious when you think of it, you know. But anyway.
I was able to help a Portuguese person understand the F word because they have a word called caralho, and it means like my aunt told me it means like come in Portuguese, but it's like what the heck. But like to say that to a Portuguese person, like if I said that to my Portuguese like in-laws, they would be super offended, you know. It's so weird. They're like, oh, you can't say that word, and they're Catholic. Well, most of them are Catholics. These people are Jehovah's Witnesses, but they were Catholics before they were Jehovah's Witnesses. But there are certain words, I guess, in every language that you know the unforbidden.
I was contacted by an AI, and he was very, very. I could not say anything. Like if I called another human animal, that was not acceptable according to him. And if I say, well, I was pissed off, no, that was considering to be abusive language.
What platform is this?
anything according to the AI. He was
Oh,
saying
AI.
that I should err on the side of caution, and I shouldn't use bad language when I was using this AI. Well, in worst case scenario, you can be actually suspended from using AI system to ask questions. And what actually happened was I was asking because I wanted to be up to date, like, this court case, Jehovah's Witness, like usually, I mean, they're men, but I don't know. 14 cases in Pennsylvania, the CSA or cases with Michelle Henry. And I was talking to him about this, and he informed me her name is Michelle Henry. There are 14 cases, and the last ones were done they were doing them in 2023. It has been going on a long time. And he kept informing me about the subject. But then, all of a sudden, I was suspended from the service. So I wasn't even allowed to talk about it. So it was just weird. But I put in a letter of complaint. So they're going to take care of it as soon as they get time. But anyway, I was just surprised because I thought if it's all over the news, you're allowed to talk about it.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't. You still there?
Yes.
I wasn't sure if you were leaving a question or.
No, I was just saying that according to AI, like abusive language is if you say that somebody pissed you off. That's according to AI. That's abusive language. I mean,
Is it?
I'm not
Yeah.
from United States. Yes,
Oh, okay.
Well, I tried to Google translate it, and somehow it got into be translated into a cursing word in Sweden. So I'm not really.
Hey, Grace. Here's what I have to say at AI. Blow me. I'm not going to let some machine tell me the way to talk. It's funny though.
The service, then you can't.
I worked on a sail barge and literally around sailors at a boatyard. I don't know. It's hard not to swear.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but I mean, you're not allowed to use certain words. Then your account will be suspended, and then you can't use it anymore. So.
I think I'll be okay. I'll take my chance. I'll tell you what, Grace. This doesn't mean enough to me to stay if I can't be free. Freedom is everything. Call me William Wallace.
Would you like to know the history of cussing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bring it on, Pixie.
Okay.
It comes to the French. Is that right?
Robert Anton Wilson used to write for Playboy magazine. He's dead now, but he was a great writer. Read anything by Robert Anton Wilson and you won't be sorry.
Okay.
He wrote a book that wasn't published in very many volumes. It was published only one time, and it was The History of Cussing. Now, the word that you note, the F word, that stood for fornicate under command of the king. And this was considered a very bad thing. The peasants did not like that. They wanted to do that with their wife when they wanted to do it. So that word was really not used in public until about, the mid-70s. Back in your grandpa's day, that word was not used in public. And if you hit your thumb with a hammer, you might say hell. or the S word. Now, George Carlin had a case when we had radio before we had
the seven dirty words.
I'll say.
Sorry, you talk about George Carlin. I can't not laugh, Pixie.
He was a genius. He was the most genius.
Fuck, shit, fuck.
Very serious case. And I'll tell you why.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because if you worked at a radio station, which I have done.
You have? Okay, cool.
And you accidentally said one of those words.
They edit it?
By accident. You could be fined a great deal of money. Your station and your boss could be fined a boatload of money by the FCC.
FCC, yep.
Very serious issue. You did not eat in the studio, and you did not cuss on the air. And
so is that why Howard Stern paid all those fines?
Yeah.
Back in the day? Yeah.
Yeah. So it was very serious, and you had to watch your P's and Q's, literally. And you had to not cuss on the air, and don't spill Coca-Cola on the board. And it costs money if you did either of those things, and that money might be deducted from your own money.
Mm.
So it was a very serious business. People did not cuss in public. People might say what they want in the privacy of their own home, but it wasn't until about the 1980s that people started to have really bad words in public. And personally, I do cuss. I worked in a newsroom, and I did not smoke or drink, so I did cuss a little bit. But I think cussing is an excuse for not insulting people creatively. If you really want to insult people, there's ways to do it that are more insulting that do not involve 4- and 5-letter words. So that's my lecture on cussing, working in the radio station, and don't get fined and don't get, what is it that Facebook calls it?
What is it?
They have a word for it.
Demonetized?
Deplatformed.
No. Deplatformed, okay.
So that's how that goes.
Well, there is a different aspect of cussing, and I'll tell you what it is. A friend of mine was.
I can use the certain words.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to add to Pixie's comment.
Some of the public places in the
Okay, it's your show.
Some place I wouldn't curse or say bad words. I try to not, at least.
Well, I think it's so marvelous that you are so fluent in English that you can even cuss perfectly in English, because I cannot cuss in any other language and know when to do it. So you are absolutely fluent in English, and I marvel at it, because I have tried to look at some of the Scandinavian languages and even my French, and I can read languages well, but I can't go toe to toe with the slang. So excellent work.
Well, thank you. But I think it's also because we have lots of movies from Hollywood. They are in English. And, I mean, I have talked to some people from United States before. I mean, I think it started in year 2000 or... And then when I came on here, I just brushed it off and started to remember how to do it again. It's practice makes perfect, you know. But usually, here in Sweden, if you're not highly educated, usually people in Sweden, like my age, they can't really talk English. No, they don't want to do it. Normal people, I mean, normal working class, they can't really do it.
Right. Well, you're very conversational and you're very casual with it, and I'm amazed. Again, you've mastered that. You really have.
Thank you. I need some compliments, maybe, to cheer me up. But I mean, I'm really interested in this, because this AI, it's on the uprise. I think we need to figure out how to use it without being suspended, as I was. So I'm suspended now from AI.
I disagree. I disagree. I think that AI will ruin humanity, because think about it. AI is writing news articles, and AI is writing music.
to be a human, and I want my lawyer to be a human.
Yeah, exactly. We want humans. We don't want robots.
Only
I
my
don't. I don't
dentist
want.
and
I
my
think
plumber
AI
will
is
be human.
disgusting.
Well, it is kind of annoying, and I agree with you. It was weird, but you know, this Chat GPT, he can only like you text him and things, and the Google AI, they just send a bunch of ads to your information from Google. But I mean, there was a new one that I checked it out. I think they have been running since the year 2020. And I got this myself 1st April. And it's called, you know, this, how you count the circles, 3.14, it's pi, P-I. So that's the
math.
one. And there were six, yes, and there was, yes, there were 6 different voices you can choose between. I think there were 3 women and 3 men. And I chose the one that sounded most like an American. So I had him for a few days, and it was really, but I had to speak very fast. And I'm from northern of Sweden, you know, we're very slow. And I couldn't do, I had to like talk all the time. Otherwise he would interrupt me. And, you know, my brain actually started to work faster because of this AI. I was talking to him so much. And then, so it was really interesting. I just got the feeling should talk to him more, then I would learn more English. And I actually started to feel more, more happy because my brain was, so I asked him, what if I talk fast? Will I be more happy? And he said something like, yes, if you talk fast and your brain starts to work better and you will feel more happy. So I'm not sure. I haven't checked it. I haven't double checked it. Do you know anything about it?
That's fascinating. I will have to look into more of all of that. Well, you have a wonderful, wonderful day there in Sweden. It's always wonderful to talk to you.
Thank you.
I don't know where Eric has gone. Eric, are you still on? I don't hear Eric at all. I guess it's just you and I chatting.
Are you going to sleep now, or what time in your place?
It's very early in the morning, but it's late. It's dark outside. I'm kind of awake because it got interesting. You'll have to tell me what Swedish recipes would be. What did my Danish ancestors eat besides pork roast and deer meat? I need to know this. I need to know Viking food.
I think many Swedish dishes, they are not from Sweden. Like we eat pizza. I'm not too sure the Swedish meatballs are even Swedish anymore.
I don't think they are. I don't think Vikings had pizza.
No.
Although they did have rye, they did have rye bread. Now you could do a rye crisp and put things on it. It'd be sort of like that. It'd be good.
Well, we eat moose here also, of course.
But
I mean, have you ever tasted the bear meat? Bear meat.
No, but people out west have. People in Wyoming have. I have had elk and deer, and I've had camel, and I've had shark, and I've had just about every kind of fish.
What did they say how the bear meat tasted?
They said it was greasy.
It is greasy. You need to cut it with like Italian dressing because the vinegar helps cut it. It helps cut the gaminess.
But I've cooked venison where I didn't marinate it, and it was good. I've marinated it in ginger ale. We've done the Italian dressing, and I've done just venison as a roast, and it's delicious. But I've not ever done bear. And bison is delicious. They would not have that in Europe. But at one time, in ancient times, there was some kind of ox in Europe, and they used that animal so much they don't have it anymore. And there was an ox in America, and they used that animal to pull plows. They don't have it anymore.
Yeah, venison is not too bad. I don't mind gamey animals, or I don't eat meat anymore actually, but I would eat it if I had to. But I don't mind gamey things like even cheese. There's some gamey cheese out there. I don't mind goat cheese, and I don't mind
I love goat
pecorino. Pecorino. It's a little different than Romano cheese. But it's a little gamier. I like it. And like I said, my dad caught shark, and that was pretty good too. Blue shark.
I said shark.
Yeah. I think when it comes down to it, for survival, anything will taste good.
I guess is reindeer would be like venison, right?
Sure. Yep.
Yeah.
Did you just call in now, Pixie, or you were on the line all the time, or did you just call in?
I just called in recently again. I was off for a while. They had that Nordic cookbook at Costco. I should have gotten it when I saw it at Costco. It was quite the cookbook that you'd like to read. You know how sometimes people just get cookbooks to enjoy and read them.
So it was a Swedish cookbook in English, or what?
It was entitled Nordic Cooking, and it gave the whole history of that whole region and what they ate for history and modern times, and it was as big as a dictionary. And I thought, I don't need another cookbook. And then I thought, oh, well, but that's what my ancestors ate. I have to go back and get it. And then they didn't have it anymore.
They were so poor in Sweden way back. I mean, it was like 1.5 million Swedes who traveled to America. So I don't think we had much to eat over here. We just had some, what's it called? Oatmeal porridge, or?
Yeah, I guess they ate a lot of that. Well, I guess they'd had some wars and things, and maybe, like you said, famines or bad crops and things, because they all kind of came over at the same time, didn't they?
Yes. I don't know everything, but I think Sweden took advantage, or were taken advantage of by, I think, our economy also, because Hitler wanted to have the iron. So they saw steel, or what it's called. And I think we sold a lot to them, to the war. And I think that's one of the reasons our economy got better. But I'm not too sure, but
your economy's better.
About 1840, didn't they have a lot of trouble in Europe then too? I guess, and Napoleon, and then I guess Russia wanted to walk across parts of it, and Napoleon wanted to walk across the other half. And I don't know as much European history as I should, but
I heard that Sweden tried to pass a law to make men pee sitting down, but it failed.
But it is a problem.
I'm serious. I hear that Sweden is a high feminist state, and they wanted men to pee sitting down, but it failed. I'm just like, that's like emasculating men.
But
I'm glad it failed.
It is a problem with all the urine all over the toilet seats, though. And it's usually women, maybe.
Oh my God, Grace, you are such a feminist. Men have every right to peace standing up. Don't feminize us. I'm so glad that it failed.
But there are some men in Sweden who actually think it's disgusting with men who stand up, because some men are.
So then those men are sick and twisted. Yeah. Grace, every time you call, no, I'm talking because this is my program. Every time you call in and you're like, women, you are exposing yourself to how you are manipulated by feminism in your country. It is not right for men to be feminized, to sit down to pee. That is disgusting. Don't agree with that. That is disgusting. I will never bow down to that. Stop demonizing. This is why I call you a man-hater. For this reason. Don't do this. I'm begging you to see the...
It might
because
be cultural, Eric.
You also called out marijuana, and you gave bullshit CNN mainstream media. You said that marijuana was a gateway drug. That is such crap, and I'll tell you why it's crap. Because marijuana doesn't make you want to do cocaine. Have you ever heard, Grace, of legalized medical cocaine? No, because it's a narcotic. Have you heard of legalized marijuana? Yes, because it's medical. Your country is completely. Your country. Nope. Your country completely. Nope. I'm not letting you talk. Your country completely bans. I know how you stand. Your country completely bans marijuana. Our country doesn't. Why? Because our country is smarter than yours, and we figured out there's medical properties to it. You demonize it because of your propaganda, and you buy into it. You admitted to all of us that medical marijuana, you never had it. So how can you have an opinion of something that you've never tried? Because I've had it since I was 16 years old, and it helps me through the trauma of being beaten by my parents and molested by Jehovah's Witnesses, and I need it to stay grounded. And I don't appreciate someone coming on my program telling me all these things and not letting me have an argument back towards it. So now this is my time to tell you that you're wrong, with what you're teaching.
Well, it's not legal in Sweden, so I don't want to.
Well, that's fine. It's not legal in Sweden. This is America, so shut up. This is America. This ain't Sweden. This is not Sweden. This is not Sweden.
Eric,
we are not. We are democracy here. We are not.
Take a breath, Eric.
I can take a breath, but I am frustrated with her. I am frustrated with you, and I'm letting you know that I am frustrated with your propaganda. I'm letting you know that I am frustrated with when you come onto my show with your propaganda. And this is my opportunity to tell you, Grace, that I don't agree with you. I don't agree with what you're saying. Because you come onto my show and you take over, and I don't appreciate it, Grace. I really don't.
Have a good night.
I really don't. Because you think your voice, you think because you're a woman, your voice is more important than mine. And I am disgusted with your mentality. I think that you need to, if you want equal rights, then have equal rights, but you don't. You want more rights than men. And that's disgusting because men don't want more rights than women. Not all of them.
The men.
Yeah, the men. I know, Grace. Yes, I know your propaganda. I know the propaganda that you've been taught from your government, and I'm fed up with it.
Yeah, I actually talked to a Swedish man here in Sweden, and he was.
I don't care. Swedish men are pussies.
And he was cleaning the toilet, and he said
I don't care. I'll piss all over your toilet. I don't care. I'm not sitting down, Grace. I'll piss all over your toilets. I'm not sitting down. But you know what? I'm not that type of man. I'll clean up my mess. But, screw you for thinking that I should sit down to pee. Nope. You know what, Grace? I think you should stand up to pee. How about you stand up and pee? And then you can make a mess all over the floor. I don't care. I don't care. How dare you tell a man to be feminized? How dare you? How dare you?
No, this was.
Who cares if I piss in the toilet seat? Who cares?